Hi, and good evening, or good afternoon, or whatever the time is in your corner of the world. I'm Oksik, as you might have noticed, aka Annika. And welcome to this stream. How are you all doing? Oh, Chris, hi, hello, welcome back. So how's life? Absolutely no problem. Hi, Lucy. Oh, hi, Bella. Hi, Yana. Elizabeth. Hi. Who else is here? Let me have a look quickly. I, of course, forgot to take my chat doc out. This is, genius of me. There we go. Who else is there? Sorry about this. Ben decided that she needs to be a guard dog. Somebody came in from outside, and clearly they need to be reprimanded. Hi, Chris. Hi, Amy. Hi, Laurie. Oh, there's loads of you here. I'm so happy to see. I'm just checking now because I've been pretty much moving everything around. I don't know if you saw my last video. Basically, I'm going to be working from home, quite, fairly unexpectedly. So I need to rearrange absolutely everything and get new furniture, and it's been a bit of a stressful almost 10 days, but now today was basically all day of assembling furniture and then putting things away and organizing things that I'm not finished, but the room looks a bit more presentable than it was for a while. So might explain why I'm a bit frazzled and all over the place. If I am, I sincerely apologize. It's been a week and a half, essentially. Oh, hi, Candace. I am okay. I'm missing people. Oh, whose birthday is it? Oh, happy birthday to your hubby, Candace. Hi, Linda. So, did I miss anything? I hope everybody is okay. I need something really kind of not relaxed, because this isn't exactly a relaxed page necessarily, but I need to just put fairly mindlessly water onto the paper. As I said, it's been a bit of an exhausting day. So we'll see how this is going to work out for us. I probably will start from this side, and then once this side is done, I'm going to move to that. I'm just going to put base down. I'm not going to do very involved stuff. Oh, hi, Andrea. Hi. Hi, I just saw you coming in now. Oh. We have nice busy chat today. I am sorry if I'm going to be a bit all over the place. As I said, it's been IKEA assembly all day long. Oh, I did get... Oh, hi, Chris. Hi. Hi. Hi, Millie. Oh, gosh, it's lovely. Chris, hi, baby boy. I did get the new furniture. It was a bit of an adventure. It arrived today in the morning, very early in the morning, and IKEA delivery here is supposed to bring the furniture into the room that you want it in. But they essentially just dumped it in the porch and left. So, yeah, that wasn't great. And then I called them and said, you know, why, like, you were supposed to bring it in. Yeah, but we did knock. It's like, yeah, but I was upstairs. I did not hear you knocking. It's like, why didn't you ring a doorbell? Anyways, actually, the assembly, you know, eventually, I think it got pretty well. And then I kicked my son out of bed and got him to bring it upstairs because these boxes, I was not going to be able to get them upstairs. But luckily, I had him, and he got them upstairs. And then myself and my daughter, Orla, whom you might know from previous week, and who's probably going to be here tonight at least some periods as well. We spent pretty much most of the day just assembling stuff. She was doing a very good job. She was super helpful. Oh, hi, Chris, baby boy. Yeah, so it was an adventure. It's actually to be honest, it's kind of my first time to assemble furniture. Usually it's my husband who assembles the furniture, but he had several things going on. I did not really want to wait. You know, once the furniture was here, I was like, I just want it done. I want it sorted. It was really stressing me out living in this skip, you know. I just didn't want to do anything. I would come to the craft desk and just sit and stare at page and just, you know, didn't feel any drive to do anything. So yeah, I've been really, really, really unproductive last week and a half since that kind of news hit, and then I had to start figuring things out. So yeah, but now I have the furniture all together, and it's just kind of a bit of organizing and cleaning and stuff left. Oh, it's going to be all right. Yeah, yeah. At least it's going to be better than it was, because now I had this kind of a pile of boxes going on underneath the desk, because I did have a storage shortage already previously. Basically everything was stored on the desk, so I didn't have much of a leg room or anything. Now I actually have leg room under the desk. Can you imagine that? Yeah, IKEA flat boxes. I knew that I was not going to be able to get them up the stairs, but luckily, you know, I have a 19-year-old mighty son, so he was nice enough to bring them upstairs for me. I had to kind of kick him out of the bed, but, well, he was helpful, and so was Ola was super helpful. And Chris, here in States, IKEA is famous for not putting all the parts in the box to assemble. Really? We had every single bit. We had leftovers. Like there was always, pretty much in every single set, there was about 1 or 2 wooden dowels and 1 or 2 of those plastic dowels that you hammer into the drawers at the very end. Those were always left over. And then we ended up with about 4 Allen wrenches. Because we had 4 sets of things that we ordered and put together today. So, yeah. It was fun. Oh, hi, Brittany. Hi. I didn't notice you coming in. I am so sorry. I am distracted and frizzy. Hi, Wendy. Hi. Oh, I hope you're doing well. I hope everything is nice and shiny. That's a weird thing to say, is it? Nice and shiny. Well, oh. Oh, it's going to be way better than it was previously, because in all the fairness, it was a mess. I don't know if you saw in my last video now, the late night coloring spell that I published today. There's a little clip that is actually showing my craft room as it was at the time. So yeah, we even got the printer working because the printer for the work was delivered yesterday, and myself and Ola had a really fun hour together figuring it out and connecting it to phones and to laptop and printing test pages, and it's amazing how much fun you can have. It's a simple printer. It's a right printer though. Yes, Chris. 62-year-old one. Oh. Brittany, I love the We Are Memory Maker's clear washi tape storage bin since it holds at least 200 rolls. Yeah, but we can't really get those things easy here, to be honest. Hi, Jana. Hi. Oh, I just noticed you now. Super happy to see you here. Wendy, I am famous for putting things together only to find I put button backwards. We had kind of one iffy moments when we put together do you know the Kallax shelves, the cubed shelves? They have those long dowels you have to put in to keep them together, basically to hammer everything together. And we accidentally put one of the leftover small dowels in there, which was like, oh, and we hammered it in as well. So luckily I had my old craft pliers in one of the drawers. So I dug these out and I wiggled it out and was like, whew, whew. Yeah, no, I saw that video. You won't remember how it used to be once you have all organized and together. Well, fingers crossed. What kind of printer did I buy? I bought Canon Pixma 8750. It's kind of work for work. So essentially my work bought that for me because I do need a printer. And the printer that I had for work is just too big for kind of a domestic printer. So I said, you know, I need a smaller printer. I don't want that tank in my room. So they got me that. Well, I got to choose the printer, and I chose that because this is actually a hint of one of my viewers. Waymeyer, I think, is her username on YouTube, and she says that Canon TS or Pixma TS series, the black ink is pigment ink, so it is more water resistant. So although you have an inkjet, if you kind of, I presume you need to kind of let it set for a while or heat set the page a little bit, but it should, you should be able to do gently, you know, some water. Water media on top as well in case I want to print a page occasionally. Ellie in the corner. Oh, yes. Oh. Laurie, Jazzy, I always put chair arms on backwards. We are here to cause mass confusion with our names. Oh, none of the dogs is ever impressed with the cone of shame. Oh, by the way, if I sound occasionally like I'm chewing something, that's because I am. Because I had kind of one quick sandwich in the morning when the stuff was already arrived. My son was taking stuff upstairs. I had a quick sandwich and coffee, and then in the afternoon I had an apple. So after that I hadn't eaten anything, so I'm kind of hungry now. So I'm eating fruit as we go on. So as I said, I apologize for my num 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 sounds. I hope you're okay with it. Oh, is the sound all right? Because I had to reconnect everything, and I have to admit that getting connected for the live stream was kind of a rush job because I was working up until the moment I had to pretty much get things started to make sure that I am actually able to connect. So I don't really know if the sound is going to be correct, all right. So fingers crossed, everything is fine. That's good. Thank you. Thank you. That is perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. So I am thinking about putting a lot of, in the background anyway, here in the stones and stuff. I thought granulating watercolors would be an easy way to go. Oh, thank you, Wendy. We love you and don't want you passing out from hunger. Well, I could use probably about half a year of not eating anything at all, considering my overall, not just fluffiness, it's just like I'm billowing out. But yeah, can't. I need to eat something. Otherwise I get a bit queasy. Huh. Ola promised to make me a smoothie as well, so yay, life is good. Oh, Chris, I think the sound sounds better than ever. It's probably because the position of the microphone is slightly different, and eventually I'll be able, the way I'm going to set things up, I'm going to be able to essentially put the laptop to the side altogether, so it won't be anywhere near the microphone where I'm streaming, and I'm just going to work off the big monitor that I'm going to have here. So that will help with the sound, I hope, as well. Brittany, we had a previous cat in the past who wore the cone of shame because she would lick her belly button after the surgery there. And the vet said she was allergic to it. The surgery area, not the cone of shame. Okay, I was like, allergic to the cone of shame? Okay, what material was that? I think his fat and happy has worked well for me for a good long while. I really should work on a bit of losing there, because my joints are kind of giving out to me. So for practical reasons, it probably would be a good idea to lift some of that bulk. But this is not our today's subject. I'm not going to depress myself with that. I will, I thought that I made that for some reason really warm, that area here, but there is some, yeah, that's going to be probably, that's the smoke coming, or kind of flames coming from the dragon here. So I thought I'm going to make this background fairly cool here, and the front here as well, possibly. I don't know yet, but this bit, I'm probably going to go fairly cool. And maybe cobalt mist. I thought about this cobalt mist here. I have to find a palette. Oh, you wouldn't believe how weird it is to have actual functioning, real drawers next to you. I feel very popped almost. Not popped. Okay, this is one dirty palette. Do I have a clean palette? Oh. You can clearly see that I was more so organizing my drawers than the oncoming live stream. Okay, I know I have another. Oh, found it. Found it. Okie doke. That's actually not a great one, but that's better for gouache and stuff. This is annoying. Oh, found it. She says second time in a row. When us fat and happy people need to stick together, I totally agree. it's such a shame that we don't all live nearby. It would be so nice to occasionally shuffle around, you know, to let the dogs run around and maybe meet up in cafes and talk loud and happy and maybe take some coloring books with us. That would be so nice. Huh. Oh, well. Life is what life is. Yeah, no, after 3 years, I finally swatched my Neo 2s. I still haven't swatched my 50th anniversary ones. I have the other ones somewhere, somewhere swatched. But I do need to pick out the ones that are all new to me, because there's actually more new to me than 3 in each set. I never had a full set. So in those 50th anniversary set ones, I actually got way more new colors than I actually realized. So I need to kind of pick out which colors are new to me and then swatch them. Because, you know, would make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, I'm getting the water here. I also have my little cute neon palette here, just for funsies, in case I feel like adding some neons as well. Once I've done the stone and stuff, I will probably need to move to a different palette, because I want some brightness in those flames. But we'll see how that's gonna go for me. Okie doke. Okie doke. Now. Right, that would be awesome to have gathering every so often. It really would be. I'm in. Just have to figure out how to pay for trip to Ireland. Yeah, but Ireland's nice though. I don't like flying. I feel hugely uncomfortable and like I don't like being in a plane. So I don't think. It's like even the shorter flights are not nice. But if I had to do like transatlantic, no. I don't wanna. Okay, so the picture seems to be nice and crisp. We should all save enough money and buy a farm in Switzerland and have a coloring community. Switzerland. Yeah, that actually sounds legit. Yeah, Switzerland sounds nice. Gorgeous nature. I took a look at my swatch binder and it needs an overhaul. Considering how little I actually use my swatches, I'm not really hugely bothered about overhauling mine. Okay, which one? Cobalt Mist. I know that there was Cobalt Mist. Come on. Oh, found it. It's supposed to be pretty... Yeah. I know that it's traditionally possibly more like stormy skies or whatever, but I think it would look pretty cool as a base for rocks as well, and to provide some contrast to the more warm rocks here in the foreground. I might make these, I don't know if I'm going to make these warm or whatever. I'm just putting that one down. Maybe go a little bit, I might go a little bit darker. I don't know yet. Now that I have the, I think in this book, did I use Holbein or did I use the Chinese one? The sizing liquid. But yeah, now I can work in this book with watercolors, which is a joy. Yeah, now there is stuff there that is 12 years old. I probably have something actually possibly older than 12, but you know, still the same stuff. I think I want a little bit more intensity or, you know, darkness in that. How is that doing? Yeah, nothing is going through anyway. And before you ask, the brush I'm using at the moment is one of my good old trusty, super cheap Chinese ones. Oh, I really like them. They are, they have a French fastening. They are sold under many brand names. I think one of the most well-known ones would be See Me Art. They're very soft, and this one is nice and small as well, but at the same time it holds a lot of paint. So if I'm doing bigger areas where I still need to pay attention and use the fine tip, then I tend to grab these ones. With watercolors, I usually prefer a bit of a... I should really let it dry before I glaze another layer on top, just in case 2 layers will go through. With watercolors, I do prefer a soft brush. So, as opposed to with gouache, which we did last week, and where I strongly prefer to have a bit more like springier brush. It doesn't need to be like super hard, but it does need to have that bounce to it. The squash is heavier. Hi Chrissy, how are you? Sorry I didn't see you coming in. I was just looking at the chat now, so I wouldn't, because I'm nosy. I want to see what's going on. I know nothing about farming of Switzerland, except that pot is legal. I guess I can figure out how to be a pot farmer. I'm in! I'm sorry. Wouldn't it be cool to live literally in a coloring community? You know, like you have a retirement community? We would have like, let's not be as narrow as coloring community. Let's make it more inclusive. Let's make it coloring and arts and crafts community, but not very highbrow arts, but more like, you know, women's arts, which are traditionally dismissed by most of art communities in the world. But I still think they are just as valid and just as wonderful as the high art. Imagine waking up to a beautiful scenery and doing nothing but color and paint all day. Oh, that's... You wouldn't need to take breaks on that as well, I bet you, because if you do it all day, then you might actually get tired of it. But we can also have, we can watch TV, we can read, we can have a book club. I actually really want to establish, I'm afraid that near me it wouldn't go down very well, but I want to establish a lowbrow book club, that, you know, doesn't have anything to do with traditional book club choices of books. But you can read genre, literature, you know, whatever you like. We can read romance, we can read sci-fi, we can read fantasy, you know, and just have fun. And I don't know, monster romances 1 week, and some cozy fantasy other week, and, you know, just books to have fun with. Let me see now what's happening here. Oh. Oh yeah, Jana's pages are really gorgeous. Yeah, art community. Yeah, Bella. Yeah, Andrea. Chris, if we do it on a pot farm, it would totally be high art. Oh, I could have classes with Annika every day. I don't mind. You might get tired of it. Okay, let's put more of the stuff in there. Actually, I'm not really doing huge amount of that. Might put it directly behind the dragon as well, eventually. So I'm mixing some, ready mixing here. Oh, darn. This book, one thing is that everything goes into the crease, and because it's on the glue bound, it's a glue bound book, it's almost impossible to color cleanly in that crease. It's going to be a mess. Why don't you want to think how I'm going to get with pencils in there? It's not going to be fun. Page is cool though. Really like the art. Am I missing something? Am I doing something wrong? Okay, yeah, that's fire, that's fire. What is that? Oh, that's a different color of fire, possibly. Okay. It can be a bit confusing. All right, now I need to get into some browns. Okay, what did you say? Yes, Aksik, I would love to live in community with arts and crafts friends. I've dabbled in so many things. I enjoyed all. Exactly. You can try out all sorts of different things. Old hippie. And all the tatting tales. Yes, exactly. Wendy, I love the idea of a lowbrow book club. Yeah, I've had that for so long. That, you know, all the book clubs are very specific and very kind of the specific type of a book that book clubs often choose. And I just don't want to often read anything heavy. I just want to chill with books. I was really, really kind of a highbrow reader in my teens and in my 20s and even beginning of 30s a bit. Like, you know, I was reading all the classics and, you know, like proper literature. And then, yeah, I just kind of went, I can chill now. Okay, so maybe I could put down that. Do I have anything grayish? Oh yeah, I have cobalt gray, which looks really cool. I'm putting that down next. Okie doke. So I'm going to put some of it here. I want it darker. On a good paper, that cobalt gray breaks down into really cool combination, but I am not sure that on this paper it'll do that. It's not the most wonderful of water tolerating papers. A hippie coloring community, yes, exactly. Coloring retreat, yeah. Jana could be definitely instructor too. Auntie Chris, Annika, I love all your various ceramic palettes. I'm not willing to spend the money they charge for them, even the lower cost Meaden ones. Yeah, but they kind of do make difference though, you know. with watercolor anyway. It just behaves so much nicer on them. And it's not like, oh, I've, you know, bought them all together. This is over years and years and years. And sometimes, like this one was super cheap. And that's not actually ceramic. That's imitation ceramic. But it behaves exactly, not exactly, but, you know, almost like a ceramic. And I just like the shape of this one because there's so many little wells and I can have loads of different mixes going at the same time. Okay, dropping a bit more darker stuff down here. But you can also, you know, if you're in the shops or in the charity shops sometimes, just look around for little serving dishes or little decorative plates and stuff. You can actually find a cheap little, you know, condiment or little, let's say it's meant for fancy little board of different snacks, small snacks, that sort of a plate. And these ones can be also really good option if you don't, you know, if you don't want to cash out on these, which I totally understand. They are not cheap. But I can show you things that I've just, okay. Kind of randomly picked up. Like this plate, for example. It's a decorative plate that I got in a charity shop with, I think, was it €2 or was it €1? You know, something like this. And it works perfectly for both watercolor or gouache. And there is another one that is also, it's just a decorative little plate that I got for next to nothing. And they work just as well as palettes. Then, you know, it doesn't have to be specifically made to be a palette. I just have a weakness for ceramic one. So I tend to pick up tiny dishes occasionally. I don't have no huge amount of them, but I have a fair few. Okay. I kind of want there to be kind of a coolish, kind of a greenish but cool. Okay, chrome cobalt mist, which has green undertone. It's just kind of a bit of a variation in the base of the rocks. I think would give it more interesting look than just have, you know, everything gray. Do you know what I mean? The undertone. It's just going to be boring eventually, even to color. Yeah, they're like serving dishes and whatever. Hi, Sparky Small. Oh, Emma. That's you. Is it? Oh, I am waiting on my first ceramic palette from Amazon. I found one used and it cut about $10 off. Yeah. Deviled egg serving plates. Exactly, kind of like weird stuff. Yeah. And they totally work. It doesn't have to be custom-made one. I got a huge, beautiful ghost one. Okay, yeah, because the grocery store was getting rid of Halloween stuff. It's beautiful, and I love it. All I'm mixing. Exactly. Oh, hi, Dante. Hi. A cookie tray. Yeah. All sorts of different things will work. Okay, and now I'm going to put some green on this side, or kind of a greenish stone. It's cobalt, and it, you know, has some cobalt green in it in the mix. And the other side of it, I am going to actually, might blend it into orange because the dragon's fire is hitting it. And at the moment, I'm just putting kind of base colors down. So I'm gonna go like this, and on this side also. So I will go in with, I don't know, possibly with pencils, but possibly one layer eventually with a darker kind of a gray watercolor as well in shadow areas, and then put pencils on top. But I might just go in with pencils. I don't know yet. I don't know how much water this paper, although treated, will agree to tolerate. But I'm not looking forward to doing that crease here with my pencils. That's not going to be fun. Not fun. Okay, and now I need something. Oh gosh. Yeah, I understand that you probably won't be able to even see properly. I can't even get my brush in there, never mind what the pencil is going to tell me. Nothing good. There's going to be some rude speech from the pencils. I've been using, okay, I use saucers from my cheap IKEA dish set that I don't use saucers as palettes. Yeah. Will a glass plate work? I have glass. Do you know, I think yes. Yeah, glass would work as well. Possibly, I haven't really, let me check. Okay, I have a glass cutting mat next to me. Let me see. Does it bead? It beads a little bit more than ceramic would, but it would still work better than plastic, I think. Do you know? Okay, now I need to take out some orange. It's like I have a shortage of watercolors, you'd think. Okay. See, that's because I rearranged everything and now I can't find anything. It was really badly organized before because I didn't have much storage, but I knew where things were. Now that I've reorganized everything, or, a lot of things, it's much better organized. It's, makes much more sense, but I don't remember where the things are yet. Amazing how less organization leads to more use of things. Okay, so we will put something orangish down, and I think I'm going with a raw sienna because it's not going to be like bright orange, it's still rocks, but I'm taking that raw sienna here. This is the color. Don't put that onto the wet paint. Here, that color. I'm going to take that and bring it to the other side of this rock here. So I need to get some water into one of the wells here. And I'm thinking about taking these things off, because most of the time they just annoy me, let's be honest. They just take more room on the craft desk, and I tend to use the palette anyway. Although, as you can see, I've used that for a bit too. Those are good watercolors, but they're not that easy to find. They're good, they're artist quality, and they are, they really work well. They're vibrant, they mix super well. And the price is good as well. But they are, for some reason, not easy to find. It's Renaissance. And there's two Renaissances. This is Polish Renaissance. They are, I think they're Polish. And they're really nice. Renaissance, do I have? You can see how it's spelled, Renaissance, like this. Can you read? Yeah. But yeah. Okay, let's see how it's going to blend now. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, everything can be made to blend. It's the good old principle. Axel lives by. Okay. The crease. And once I put those shadows in, like dark unifying shadows with the same color usually, then it'll look pretty cool. So I'm at the moment just doing the base here. Putting some here as well. That stone. Sometimes it's hard to actually figure out which bit is stone and which bit is the dragon's fire. So one tries. Auntie Chris, you might want to paint the bottom of glass plate with white. I don't know what kind of paint, but it's got to be something. Do you know what's easier? Just put a piece of A4 or any printer paper, white printer paper underneath your plate as you're painting, and you get white. Then having to find the paint that actually sticks to the glass and whatnot. Nah. I've had things like that are transparent that I use for mixing paint or picking up paint or whatever. And all I do in these instances is that I just stick the paper underneath. And you have white surface. As easy as that. Cheating. Okay, let's try to get some paint out of that crease, because that's going to be leaking into half the book, I betcha. Okay, and now I need to tap that one, and I want to kind of soften that area here. Auntie Chris, I mean the laziest best option is just to set on top of a piece of paper, exactly. What book, Linda? Okay, this is, can I turn it now without everything? Okay, this is Magic Made Real by Maurizio Campidelli, which has really cool art, but they're all double-page spreads, everything, single one of them, they're absolutely every single one is a double-page spreads. But the art is really, it's awesome. But the paper is like super thin and doesn't tolerate pretty much anything. So what I did is that I put sizing liquid, was it Holbein or no, let's say Holbein sizing liquid onto it. Let me see if I have those bottles here. I might actually have them here. Of course, I don't, now that I said it. They're not here. Yeah, they're not here at the moment. I would need to go and do a trip someplace and find them. I know where they are, but I'm not going to be looking for them. Basically, it's called multi-sizing liquid, but it's not just Holbein who makes it. There's another Chinese crowd as well who does it. And that essentially creates... You put it down, it's a very kind of watery liquid. You put it on the whole page, cover the whole page in it. I actually have a video about it if you want to check it out, or, you might actually know, and I'm just, pointlessly explaining. But if you don't know, I have a video about how to apply it and how it works. And then you put it onto your paper, you let it dry overnight, and then you can, even on the paper that is pretty nasty or very thin, or doesn't like much water, you now gave it sizing, you gave it some water resistance, and you can then easily paint on top of it, like what I'm doing now. It's not going to be automatically amazing watercolor paper, but you can work on top of it with water media. And because those are all double page spreads, and doing it just with pencil gives me anxiety, so I really, really want something, you know, underneath there that will allow me to work with something water-based here. Okie doke. Okay, I need to get something really dark. I'm going to put something here at the back, same color, but then I'm finding something really dark from the palette. So I want these areas essentially super dark. And maybe a little bit here. Do I have something that is... yeah, black green I have. That's really, really dark. It's this color here. Auntie Chris, there are times when I'm sure that Annika and I share a brain. Because I just got that book. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's really cool. I like this book a lot. Oh, I'm going to bring some darkness here so I wouldn't have to work so hard with pencils here at the bottom, because I do want it very dark here. Lucy, ouch, my internet just stopped working. Oh, lost 20 minutes of the live stream. That's a bummer. Okay, that's going to possibly... Okay, I'm bringing it to the shoe here as well, because it's basically his shadow. I might put a little bit here as well, just to kind of darken some areas, create more contrasts, so I can be a bit lazier afterwards. No? Wendy, have you tried satin glazing liquid? I'm wondering if it's similar. No. Well, I have tried, and I have the whole series about it also. Satin glazing liquid. And yes, you can put watercolor on top of it, but it behaves a bit as if you are painting on plastic, because essentially that's what you're doing. When you are putting down satin glazing liquid, then you are essentially putting thin layer of plastic. Well, I still, you can still do it. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but the watercolor kind of tends to pool and not really blend and move naturally or very well. You can get around it with thin layers and such, or just, kind of one layer without afterwards. And also, once if you want to go back, let's say you put one layer down and you want to go back afterwards, you have to be super soft-handed, because anything you put on top, if you are giving a bit stronger pencil work there, you are going to lift anything else that went down previously. So satin glazing is useful. You can use it if you just want to put one pretty much almost even layer down. But if you want to work more like watercolors, you actually want to blend colors and layer colors eventually, then this stuff is better. It's a different... It's made differently. Satin glazing is essentially acrylic medium, and it's also by its nature acrylic. So acrylic being plastic, that's exactly what you're gonna get. This stuff is based on alum and glue, the sizing liquid, and it does behave differently. It's not the same. It behaves, when you put that down and let it dry and settle into the paper, it does behave more like normal paper. It's still a paper surface. It doesn't make a kind of a plastic layer. I don't know. Was it a very bad explanation? Because I'm saying my brain is fried today. Yeah, Lucy said exactly the same thing here. Yeah. Yeah, satin glazing liquid is not great. Like, you can, but only pretty much one layer and pretty much evenly. Even if you want to blend two colors together, things tend to get messy at the blending points, and if you put tiny bit of more water someplace, you get kind of a weird blotchy areas. You need to kind of work, or if you work on satin glazing liquid, it's possible, but you have to work in like super thin layers and then let it dry totally in between, and then go in another thin layer. And in that way, yes, you can do stuff on, but yeah, you have to be super careful. And it's a bit of a pain, let's be honest. Whereas this stuff, it does still feel like paper, do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that it miraculously made it watercolor paper. It's still thin paper. And if you put loads of water onto it, which I'm doing at the moment, you will get buckling. But it does even out. Like, at first you get pretty strong buckles, but once it dries, it kind of stretches back a little bit. But yeah, you will always get some of a bit of a paper distortion. That's just unavoidable. Okay, I forgot that stone behind him here. So I do get some granulation effects even though. I don't know. I'm bringing you a bit closer. I don't know if you can see here. Should move things. But here, sorry, chat disappeared. I should have put that on. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you can see a bit of a... I don't know if you can see the granulation here, how the waters, it's not really granulation, it's split, it's color split, it's slight color split here. I put my finger into the most unfortunate spot on the page where there was wet paint. Any of you ever tried just putting gelatin on the paper? No. And from what I understand, gelatin alone doesn't really work. I think it needs to be mixed with something to be effective. I'm not really sure. I haven't really looked into that. I was lazy enough to just get this sizing liquid. Dante, you were looking at sizing liquid on US Amazon, and you keep getting masking liquid. Yeah, at the moment it seems to be out of stock in most of the places for some reason. Maybe it just suddenly became super popular. I recommend... I'm not lifting my own tail here, but I did make a video about it not very long ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago. And I put loads of links into that video. Well, loads of links. Fair few links into the description of kind of alternative places where you can get it. But what I recommend is that at the moment it's almost impossible to find the Holbein one, the multi-sizing liquid. But there's also Chinese alternative. I think it's called Yungji Mountain or something like that. But I have links for that as well. It's on AliExpress though. That's the only place I found it. I'm sure that's in other places as well, but the only place I've seen it is AliExpress. I got the little packets of gelatin, but I haven't tried it yet. But since I can't find the sizing liquid, I think it's my only option. Yeah, I don't know, it probably works to some extent, at least. My question would more so be, the quantities, how much water you put in there, how do you process it or mix it? I really don't know anything about that one. I was lucky enough to get the, and as I said, AliExpress, the Chinese one is exactly the same as Holbein one, and you can get it on AliExpress, no problem. Okay, I have been playing around with different paper treatments. Plain gelatin wasn't one of them, though. I have ended up with tracing things onto watercolor paper with a light box. I think they only made enough for Lucy and Annika. Wait a second, I'm gonna see if I can... I have put things neatly away, as I said, and now I have to get used to where things are. Okay, that's the stuff that is the Chinese stuff. I think the official name of it, at least translation, says Yongji Mountain. But I have link to that. I have a video about sizing liquid, or water paper treatment for watercolor. It's, as I said, a couple of weeks ago. Don't know exact date, but it's not very long ago, and I'm showing them both that they both work exactly the same. And I do have link for that one as well. There's several sellers on AliExpress who sell these. If you are okay with ordering from AliExpress, it also works out cheaper than Holbein. Let me see if I can find it on AliExpress. Can I get the link somewhere? AliExpress. Do I have it on my... Yes, I do. Okay. Okay, here we are. Yeah, it's available. Here you can see. That's what it's called. I don't know where I could put the link, to be honest. I can try to put it into the chat here. Let me try. Sorry now, I'm going to be quiet while I'm trying to figure out. Making sure that I'm taking the sound off so I wouldn't have the going into my own live. Okay, my Wi-Fi is now acting up. You're not the only ones whose Wi-Fi is not happy with them. I don't know, why is it not... Can't get to the comments. Okay, I'm gonna swipe it out and restart YouTube. Sorry. Sometimes that helps. Yeah, got it. I hope it actually came true. I'm not sure if it did, but hopefully it somewhat did. Okay, where am I? Yeah, watercolor paper treatment is probably a bit different than just, you know, coloring book paper treatment. Yeah, let me know if you're trying the gelatin and how it worked out for you. Did you get to that link? Did it work for you, Dante? And Linda, okay, that's great. That's great, because that's also cheaper, and it works out cheaper, and it's a pretty big jar. It's bigger than the Holbein jar. That's 260 milliliters. It's very watery. I can show you what it looks like. It looks almost like water. It's very liquid. You can see, like a slushy, almost watery consistency. If you want to see how to apply it, I do have a video for it. Okie doke. My parents' Xfinity, also Comcast Wi-Fi, is working fine, but Xfinity decided to work on making the strength of the Wi-Fi better in this apartment complex for 2 or 3 days earlier this week. Okay. Entire chat clicks link. AliExpress crashes. Nobody gets sizing liquid. Everybody leaves the chat and goes to AliExpress to buy the sizing liquid. Oh, and I'm here sad and alone. Sorry, I'm having a satsuma. I have to say, sadly, my smoothie has not arrived. The service standards in this house are dropping outrageously. Yeah, no, don't. Yeah, Amazon Japan, no. The only way to get it from Amazon Japan is if you're actually ordering something else and you can add it to your order if you're ordering something anyway. On its own, no. No, thank you. I would not do that. Okie doke. Now we need to also give some color to the guy. He needs to be... Okay, I need to know the classic watercolors. Move things. Ouch. I do have more space, though, I have to say, because I cleared my table a fair bit. Okay. So I need to get some skin tones. I think I've mixed at some stage something skin adjacent here. Because that, to me, looks... Yeah, that's a skin tone. I might add a bit of that warmer color in there as well. I might actually cool it down a bit. I'm going to take some of that pink from here. Skin is so easy to mix. You pretty much put everything together and there you go. Enough water. All eyes fired. Call me Chris. I already got it, so I will stay. Oh, Mandy. Hi. Hi, how are you? Oh, I'm doing fine now. I've had an adventurous day of assembling flat-pack furniture and reorganizing my craft room. And let me tell you, I am not great on either. So, yeah, I survived, let's put it that way. Okie doke. So, let us now... I think I might, for coloring the guy here, use basically most of the stuff that is already on this lid. Or, you know, that palette here. Might as well use it up. So, I think that should be fine. I used to have next to me, not that one. Okay. I've lost things again. Anyways. Usually I would have scrap paper or something here that I can swatch things on, but at the moment I haven't. I might add tiny bit of kind of a like red undertone here, so it wouldn't be so. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we're fine. Might dilute it tiny bit. And with watercolor, if things go down and you think, oh, it's too dark, no, and most of the time isn't, because it will dry lighter. And also, it's pretty dark in behind this stone, so I'll put a fair bit of color onto his face. There we go. You never ordered from that site before? From AliExpress, you mean? Chrissy. Oh, hi, Patricia. How are you? You're making color wheels. Brittany, I'm not buying that sizing liquid yet. I need to buy one more of the washi tape storage bin. That's right. Go by your priorities. And this is, especially if you're not that much of watercolor painter to start with. Like, okay, that's the paper buckling that creates a bit of a pooling. So I'm just brushing some of the excess paint off there. I'm just tapping it onto this sponge, which is one of the great things. Chris, only took about 2 weeks. Yeah, that's pretty much, that's very okay for AliExpress, because sometimes they can take like 4 or 5 weeks. Amazon coming this Monday since my cat is running low on wet food. Okay, but he's not a picky eater at all. The price was good and it's a really big bottle. Yeah, it's a nice hefty bottle. That does you quite a lot of pages. You don't need to worry for a long while. It's not like you're going to treat all your books, you do occasional page with it. It's not something that you use for all the time or all the pages. It's the pages that I really, really want to base it with watercolor, but I literally can't because of the paper in some. I just realized that this bit is actually leather, I think. It's fine, I'm going to paint over. It's going to be darker there anyway. I didn't realize at first that it was leather. That's fine. It's fine. It's just when there's too much and it starts a bit pooling when the paper buckles, I'm going to pick it up because that's going to be pain to deal with pencils. I am very, very glad that you got it so fast, Chris. Yeah, you ordered from Temu, never AliExpress, though. Okay, yeah, it's pretty much the same. Same logic. There's not a huge difference. Temu often has faster delivery than AliExpress, because they often would have warehouses at the location, or kind of like central locations. So not everything is necessarily, you order it and it's coming from China. It might be someplace in a local warehouse and it actually arrives pretty fast. But AliExpress, I think most of the stuff does actually come. But not for all of it. They do have some shops which seem to have, or some products that actually come from local warehouses as well. But that explains, why one is faster delivery-wise, I think. Okay, we have the skin down the base. Yeah, now consider yourself lucky to have non-picky eater cat. All you create cat food buffets. I have a really weird dog in a sense that she's kind of picky, but not. She eats weird stuff that a lot of dogs wouldn't love, but doesn't touch the stuff that other dogs do. Like cheese doesn't do anything for her. She doesn't want cheese. She rejects cheese. Cheese isn't her thing. but show her tofu. Or like, I'm eating a pear or an apple or, something like that. Or chestnuts or like just, I have to share them with the dog because she's not having it. Okie doke. And now I think I'm going to make that top kind of a bluish. Mixing some blues together. Where's my little swatch of these paints? Yeah, no, that's as far as my swatches go usually. Usually they're sitting in the box with the actual art material. No, I don't want phthalo. Phthalo is so staining. I'm going cerulean actually, but I might tone it down slightly so it wouldn't be like overly bright. So what should I mix it into? I'm going to put it here. As making dirt is so easy if your palette is dirty. Can't see the mistake you made because the chat's in the way, so we can't see it. Sorry. You should actually move things away so you can see the page better than all the palettes. See, that's better, isn't it? Oh, pity I didn't think of it myself. I could have just kind of pulled back a little bit. I do have an option. Oops, to zoom back a little bit. Sorry, that was a burp. That was very rude of me. Now, yeah, that's sort of a blue. I didn't want it to be very bright. Slightly grayed down. I might be too American to wait 4 weeks for delivery. The only way it would work is if I put myself on the edge of diabetic coma and make the order just before I pass out so I won't remember ordering. Yeah, so by the time it comes, I'd forget about it and it would be a nice surprise in the mail for me. Yeah, no, I've only had trouble with AliExpress one time, but it was the seller. The seller got mad because I got PayPal involved because I was getting the runaround from the seller. Oh, okay. Chris, it's better. Okay, good. Sorry. Sorry. I get distracted way too easily. Okay. Just putting the color in. As I said, base color. Yeah, I like that blue. I'm actually unsure if that thing behind him is actually, I think, supposedly a stone. Huh. Ouch, I did not realize that. Hmm. I can always darken it afterwards. It's fine. You can see how the paint doesn't immediately sink into the paper, so I'm able to quickly lift it if I make a mistake, and so on. So it is good stuff. You know, you can definitely live without it. Especially if you are working in books that by their nature already have a decent paper, or just avoid watercolor in the books that do not want are in want of better paper. Okay, so now I need to put some gray down slightly so it wouldn't be so, yeah, I don't want it to be super vibrant. But I wanted some bit of a, here should be more of a blue. But I wanted some bit of a color so it wouldn't be all just gray. There's going to be a lot of pencil work here, though. I really hope that I get at least one dragon page this month, because I've been, you know, I was so happy that there was, oh, Marches, you know, March of the Dragons. I would love to do dragon pages. I love doing dragons. And then the news hit, and the craft room upheaval and whatnot, and the work upheaval. I haven't done anything. Oh, and it's kind of annoying. Okay, I just discovered that one of his ears here is uncolored. Yeah, that's fine. Get some color onto it, and I'm going to drop a tiny bit of, like, very little bit of pink in there as well. And I'm going to put some pink on his nose as well. And just brushing it into the cheeks. Just for funsies. My point was, if we didn't see the mistake you made, it never happened. PayPal is really good about backing us up and getting our money back. I needed their help with a couple of Etsy sellers. I haven't, I've been kind of in that way lucky that I have not needed their help, but I have heard that this is one of the safest ways to pay. And now I have this habit that if I'm ordering something, if the website has an option to pay via PayPal, then I never put the actual credit card details or card details onto the website. I always pay with a PayPal. It just makes sense, kind of. Now, it seems to be some sort of a, like his shirt seems to be ripped here at the sleeves. And there seems to be something that is ripped underneath those kind of like bracers or whatever as well. Is it the same fabric? Is it blue fabric here too? And then these would be like leather. I'm just going to do it that way. It's probably not, but too late to change it now. Oops. Linda, I'm back. Did go and order my sizing liquid. Oh, great. I hope we're going to get it at reasonable time, or fast enough. Chris, I always forget the ears also. Yeah, they're not immediately like something that you look at. You look at the face, you look at the arm, but the ears are kind of hidden in the hair usually. And I just, yeah, as if they didn't exist. Brittany, I have a set of watercolor paints in the tube from 2 or 3 different Brands open stock. I need to do what you have done by putting each different colors into individual pans in a container. It's easier to see them that way. You can, of course, buy them in pans as well. I do tend to, most of the time, if I buy watercolors, I do tend to go for pans. It's just, I find it easier. I know that in many cases they say, oh, you save more because you get a bit more paint, I think, for your money if you buy with a tube. But let's be honest, we are coloring book artists. We don't use huge amounts, or, we don't have big swathes of watercolor and big sheets of watercolor paper. We use fairly limited amount of watercolor, and we use it in smaller areas, or even if it is for us big area, it's not really. So our watercolors don't go very fast. With a magnet under each individual pan. Yeah, that's one of my favorite ways to store them. This is what I do usually. There you go, the magnets, and bonk. One of my favorite ways to store watercolor. Okay, now I don't know what color I'm going to make those boots, but maybe kind of like a burgundy-ish. So I'm taking that Ruby Mist. There's this kind of a cool color, Ruby Mist. I thought I'm going to make boots with that, because it looks like it might be fun. Auntie Chris, sorry, I just watched Vikings Valhalla and I'm still short of breath. Oh. Personally, I'm very happy sleep for it. I can see how you would be. Oh. He's a good-looking guy, isn't it? Yeah, the burgundy boots would actually be cool. Why not? Why not to give a little bit of a color? Otherwise we're going to make all those adventurers strictly in browns and greens. It was like, no. We're making him fashion conscious. Dante, bye Annika and chat. Time to prep dinner here. Bye Dante. Thank you for spending time with us. I'm sure it's going to be lovely dinner. Gosh, I'm still hungry. Deep sigh. Where's my smoothie? No, she might have fallen asleep, actually, quite possibly, because she's had really busy day today as well. Okay, let's make the pants kind of grayish. So actually, I'm doing sepia and diluting it. Or no, I'm actually doing that. Yeah. Yeah, sepia is pretty alright. Or should I go? No, raw umber. I'm going to do pants with raw umber. I know a lot of people don't like raw umber, but I actually like it. It's kind of a very neutral, poopy brown. I have some smaller tubes of watercolor paints from a student grade of watercolor paints and some tubes of watercolor paints from US brand, still made in Brooklyn, New York. Okay, Brittany. Yeah, I think it's a great idea to put them into the pans. I'm one of these that gets the gear sizing liquid, but no idea. Brittany, my mom is cooking 3 chicken breasts already seasoned in the air fryer, and she just took some leftover vegetables in the refrigerator. It's just reheating them in the microwave so food doesn't go to waste for dinner tonight. Oh, now my cat is calming down for the night. That okay, the wet cat food. Okay. Needs have been fulfilled. Yeah. Chicken breast sounds actually nice. There we go. Pants. And more pants. Just trying to give it a little bit warmer vibe, so although he's in the dark, there's going to be a bit of shadow on him, but it still would come forward from the background a bit, so adding some warmer colors there as well. Those pants alone kind of bring him forward. No, I think the pants are done, and now I need darker brown for the leather bits. So I probably will just do everything with the same color, except maybe, I think there's supposed to be like crystals or some, like a copper or gold rivets or decorative bits here on the leather, so I might do that last. Monte Chris, I feel like they started off with nice colors and they only turned brown and gray because they all got dirty and salty and sweaty. Oh my God, what's the matter with me? Wendy, I love raw umber. Yes, yes, that seems to be like a lot of people, a lot of artists even say that they don't like raw umber at all. I like raw umber so much. It's a cool color. Oh, hi, Emma. Hi. Linda, never even watercolored yet, only ever used pencil, but after watching Annika really want to. It's really relaxing. I think that's the main thing why I really enjoy watercolor, is that it's just, I just like chilling with watercolor. Ah! Except nothing chills me today, it seems. Okay, now I need kind of a darker brown. So I have the swatch here. I'm too lazy to mix at the moment because I have loads of colors. I'm just using my variety of colors. I might take the burnt umber because it'll go nicely with the raw umber. Yeah, into those trims. I'm making them darker. So I think it was that color. Yeah, burnt umber was here. You can't even see that. Ah. Anyways, you can't see, but you can see when I bring it into the palette. Yeah. And I'm just landing it in the same well the raw umber was previously, because I'm not going to use raw umber anymore, and I might as well reuse that. And now I need to kind of do a bit of a precision work here because I need to get, I don't want to paint over those circles, which I think should be kind of a golden or copperish or whatever. I don't even know what metal I'm going to make them, but it's some sort of a metal, I think. There we go. Getting there. Now then, one is mostly done. Here a little bit, finishing off. Raw umber is a gorgeous color. Yes, I agree. Another Auntie Chris. I don't remember anything called Ravelry. Oh. Ravelry is a knitting and crochet site. They had forums too, still do, I imagine, though I've not posted there for a while. Okay, I've never heard Ravelry either. I have a vague idea how to do, like, I know how to crochet. And technically I know how to knit as well, but I never really got into it. Ola was quite a bit into crochet for quite a while, and she has made all sorts of different little cute animals and whatnot. She practiced with a little bit with lace and all sorts of things, kind of, you know, amusing herself with it, and some presents for her friends and stuff like this. And she has a selection of cute yarns and everything, but I never really got into it. I do know how to do it. And I remember in my teens and kind of a little bit of 20s as well, I actually enjoyed crocheting a fair bit. But I didn't really, you know, do, you know, animals or stuff. I did like practical stuff. And I did know how to, you know, I still do know how to knit and everything. It's just, I don't do it much. I don't even know why. I don't have anything against it. I just don't do it. With watercolors, you don't have to use white to make your colors white lighter. Yeah, especially when all you have to do is add more water. Yeah, yeah. Willow wants to know why one of the man's arms is shorter than the other. That is not. That is perspective. That looks shorter because it's further away. So it's not actually shorter. It's the foreshortening thing. This one looks longer because it's leaning forward and it looks bigger. I'm pretty sure. He's pretty good at kind of a drawing things in, you know, kind of a decent proportions, I have to say. He has a pretty nice horse here, Emma. Have you seen it? I think it's actually a next page. When I'm finished putting down the brown, I might lift the other page and show you. Okay, the handle is going to be leather, but I will put some yellow ochre into the metal bits, and then I'm done and I can move on to the next page there. Finally, oh, I forgot. The soles of the shoes. Some darker color into these ones as well. Yeah, and some yellow ochre. Which one is yellow ochre? Huh? This one looks like yellow ochre. I've used a fair bit of it, I have to say. Certain colors just go faster. I tend to use quite a lot of yellow ochre. It's one of my favorite colors. Brittany, there are knitting machines for sale out there, and if I get one, I want the biggest sized one made by a German company so I can use the type of yarn I want to use. Wow. Are they very big? Are they like huge? Will they take like a lot of room? We Auntie Chris's are pretty awesome. I can make a simple friendship bracelet and weave on a lap loom, but only as long as I don't get bored. That's right. That's great, actually. My grandmother was a quilter and crocheted lace, so I got started with crochet and knitting when I was in elementary school. Oh, okay. Because I did, in my childhood, we were taught, all of us as well, and, I did do some fiber crafts as well. But I was never, I was really sucked at sewing. We did have to do some sewing as well in the primary school. And I was really bad at it. But then in my 40s for a while, I got into sewing, and I was sewing stuff for my kids and whatnot. And then I didn't have a craft space for a while. Like the room was here, but there wasn't really my desk that I used previously for my card making and stuff. My husband started kind of working from home, so I was always covered with his stuff. So I couldn't really use that desk anymore. And pretty much the only place at that stage to work in this room was pretty much sit on the floor and do something. And it really killed my knees, let me tell you that. I did a couple of projects on the floor like that and then said, no, it's not worth it. I'll read a book. And then eventually when I got the desks, then I got back into, I think that's how I kind of got into the adult coloring, really deeply, is I got desks and suddenly I had some place to sit down and spread my stuff wide and start doing things. Like I admire for Jackie, the spare room studio, she mostly, or a lot, colors a lot basically on her lap, in front of TV or whatever. I can't. It doesn't work for me. I like to, any arts or any that sort of or coloring or I want to have space around me and I want to spread out with my supplies and stuff. And no. Coloring on the couch in front of the TV, just no. I've tried and it just, no, it doesn't work. Okay, that smoke thing at the top there, what should I do with that? Is it dark? Is it... I think I should kind of make that with that orange tone as well. And then put in different colors later, because that one is going to be not as hot as the fire coming from Dragon's Mouth, which is the page next to it. So I might put that orange down here as well. But I will put a fair bit of gray into it when I'm actually putting pencils on top. And, I'm not going to, it's not going to stay bright, not kind of not bright orange, but kind of earthy orange. But the base is going to be warm because it's still fire. It's still hot, but it's now cooling down. I don't know if it's going to be right or wrong or if it's going to come out well, but hey, at least I've tried. Sorry, can't concentrate at the moment. Willow's whittering in my ear about shoes. And you can crochet, but only granny square blankets. Granny square blankets are awesome. You can do such cool stuff with it. And I think they take a lot of work. Okay. No, those knitting machines are for home use. Okay. Okay. Hinting, not hunting. Oh. Most used colors for you. Okay, Auntie Chris, what are your most used colors? Indigo and iron ox. Oh, yes. Indigo is, yeah. I usually have whole in indigo as well. I also have usually whole in French ultramarine, but not because it's my favorite color. I actually don't even like it much, but it's such a great mixing color. You can do so many things with French ultramarine and mix so many colors. And it also creates really cool color split effects with many other colors. So yeah, ultramarine is such a good color, but no, not on its own. I like it when it's mixed with something. And what else? Iron oxide red. Yeah, iron oxide red is beautiful. It's one of the gorgeous colors. This is true across the board. Pencils, watercolor, Neo2, everything. Yeah. Iron oxide red. Oh, it's beautiful. It's kind of... it's almost like a true blood color in a way. Yeah, I like iron oxide red a lot as well. Okay, so now I'm putting that here. All right. And I need to... this one should be a bit brighter because that's coming from the front. So I will make that a bit brighter, but I will make that here a bit duller. I'm just trying to get color down everywhere on this page. Except maybe here, because I want this bit to be way brighter. And I probably will carry on the color coming from the dragon. Okay. It's getting into the crease. It's so rough. I will be cursing when I'm actually going at it with pencils. I can tell you that. I already can hear myself cursing. As terrible as it is. Okay. And just putting that sienna down here. Okay, and we can switch the page. Hello, Poopy. If you're in the UK, I can send you one. Aww. Both my grandmas tried to teach me to knit, and I just didn't get it. I could never get the hang of sewing either, and kept breaking the school sewing machines. Sewing together a blanket is a big task. Wendy, I can only crochet a dishcloth. As I'm too impatient. I tried a blanket and only ended up with the world's largest scarf. Yeah, I would pretty much... I suspect I would be the same. I would just run out of steam. Let's be honest. Okay, let me now try to move it without everything falling apart. There we have a dragon. Hello. Isn't he a cutie? Ha! Now we need to figure out... this is actually going to be the tricky part. What color am I going to do the dragon? So I will probably put... I think I'm going to do the same rose sienna and then use a lot of black and gray pencils on top of it. So I have kind of like orangey or earthy orangey highlights on top of... well, next to really dark shadows. So I might make the dragon at the moment like orange. And yeah, I might do that. And then bring in a lot of kind of a black afterwards. Okay, so I'm going to do that, and here I'm probably going to do more of a grays, so there would be more of a contrast with the dragon being like really bright, and here should be like really light yellow, almost no color, almost white, and it should gradually go darker towards there, because the hottest flame here, which is coming from dragon's throat, is always going to be the lightest. I'm sorry, that was Willow. She's such a child. Well, she is a child. I hated sewing in school. Yeah, I did as well. I did as well, sorry. That's a grape. Auntie Chris, ultramarine is good helping color. Like the word do. It's never anyone's favorite word, but we can't live without it. Exactly. Hello, dragon. I say we name him on Spot out of the old Monsters TV show. Hi, Willow. I can't crochet a dishcloth. I can't keep the edges straight. Okie doke. Now, let's do the dragon. Actually, I might do it even brighter orange. Not the kind of a earthy orange. I'm keeping the earthy orange on the for the flames here. Kind of the flames that are behind the really bright flames, because there's going to be there seems to be like layers here, which makes sense. So I'm making the lower layers of the flames with that earthier, duller color. And then the other ones probably I will do with bright oranges and yellows. There will be a bit of a contrast. And this one, of course, goes into the crease because of course it does. Where's my sponge? I had a sponge. Okay. Picking up some excess color from there. Okay. So I pretty much left it there. I'm going to blend it out with lighter. No, actually, no, this one I need to do. Okay. All right. And then I'm going brighter there too. So this one is bright, so this bit is going to be darker. Just trying to figure out which bits of the fire are what, because it's a bit of a puzzle here. Hope I'm doing right. That seems to be brighter. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, okay, someone needs to be able to sew if we all going to live in a coloring commune in Switzerland. It gets cold there, and I refuse to be naked in the winter. Yeah, no, maybe we can winter in Mexico. No, I don't like heat. Thank you very much. If we're going to winter anyway, we're going to winter in Canada. I genuinely don't like heat. I would rather, be in the cold country than a hot country. I'm a weirdo, I know. I'm one of those people. Okay, so I'm leaving the flames alone at the moment. Let's do the dragon first. And let's find a really nice bright orange. I keep losing the swatch thing. Okay, so we have that. I'd say I'm gonna take vermilion. Yeah, I'm gonna take vermilion. It's the vermilion. This vermilion in this set is very orange. It varies by set. In some sets, it's more of a really, really warm red. But in this set, it's literally orange. hope I can't think since we're going to be Europe anyway. Yeah, Shen decided that it's like outrageous that somebody was opening the front door again. How dare they? I just got downloaded sewing tutorials. I'm trying to learn. Cool. Auntie Chris can't find, but don't expect me to speak French. Utterly unpronounceable body language. We're fine. We won't make you. Okay, so let's put that bright orange. No, actually, should I? I'm going to put orange into the body, but on the face, I think it's almost needs to be part ochre and part. Yeah, I'm going to do like a blending orange, doing like variations. Some orange, some ochre. So there will be like color changes. Okay. All right. And bringing that forward here. All right, and now I'm picking up some ochre and just blending them on the page, pretty undiluted. Creating a bit of a color variations. So it wouldn't be as flat as it was shaping up to be. The teeth, are those going to be, yeah. Yeah, this area is really messy. It needs to pretty much, I think I'm going to darken it into oblivion. Otherwise, you can't understand at all what's going on there. Okie doke. And I'm putting some orange here behind the teeth. Or kind of like ochreish color. And here as well, underneath the really hot flames that are coming from the mouth. And bringing all that down there. Actually, I should put that onto the teeth as well, let's be honest. There we go. Okay, and I'm putting going some orange as well. There would be a bit of a variation here and there. Just keep randomly blending them into each other, really. There's, of course, quite a bit of glare with the watercolor. I can't really help that, sadly. Now, you're Estonian, you get a pass. Thank you, Auntie Chris. Oh, that color looks awesome. Thank you. I am Latvian, right next to Estonia. Still would rather be warm than cold. Yeah, I think it's a personal thing. You don't like heat either. Well, see, I'm not alone. I get so cranky summer. Exactly. Uh, see, I'm not alone. Chrissy also doesn't love the heat. Okay, so I'm going to put now onto the rest of the face, mostly ochre. Taking some water, dissolving it, making it, it's a big area, so I can just do it pretty messily. And maybe I'll drop in some other colors there as well. I'd actually go over the eye with the yellow as well, because it's going to be done with, the eye is going to be done eventually with yellow and orange. So having the yellow there is actually quite handy. Okay, so I'm doing all those spikes with yellow or kind of a lighter color. I'm just picking up some. Okay. And this is base color. It's going to be actually very deep shadows. I'm taking things pretty much to black here, I suspect, shadows wise. But it's much easier if there's already color down like this. Okay, putting some yellow into the teeth as well, because everything is going to have the reflections for those flames. Okay, and now I am taking the kind of a frill or whatever on its head, and I'm actually making that pretty strong orange, probably the strongest. Because this color now is pretty easy. I can put even highlights on it. It's dark enough. And I can also bring it really dark. Okay, what's happening in the chat? Jana and I will go to France and Spain. We'll sell the pot while the rest of you freeze. Oh, Auntie Chris. Oh. Oh, hi, Stardust. I didn't even see you coming in. I'm so sorry. I can say I have enjoyed winter, but I am enough of Canadian winter. Can't wait for summer weather. I could rather have kind of my ideal all year round, sensible 16 to 18 degrees, or maybe 14 to 18 degrees. That's kind of, perfect. And I can do colder as well, but please don't get much hotter. Thank you very much. I don't approve. I think a lot of problems is also that, well, in Ireland especially, the heat, it's a humid country, all right? So even if the heat doesn't sound very high at all, but if it goes over 20 here, for me, it's hot here. Like, I suffer. And there's no place, like maybe shops, big shops, big supermarkets would have air conditioning, but no other places do. Like, no offices, no homes, no place has really air conditioning. It's very rare to have air conditioning anywhere. And there's no relief. It's like, I want to sit in my car and put on air conditioning and sleep there. So, not looking forward to that. So in the summer, the sound is going to be weird and buzzy because all the time that I'm working here or filming videos, I will have the fan going next to me. That's just the way life is here. No, that is going to be one cool dragon. I think he draws dragons really cool. Oh, Emma, I promised to show you the horse. Lucy, internet isn't helping. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Lucy. Oh, Lucy, you hate heat too. See, but you're living in a really hot country as well. Oh gosh, poor thing. I am so sorry. Living in, was it Brazil? Yeah, yeah, it was Brazil. And not liking heat, that must be rough. Then again, your definition of heat is probably a bit higher temperature-wise than my definition of heat. It's what we used to. Okay. But yeah, I am very unlikely to travel anywhere, where it's very hot, especially in the season when it is very hot. Because all I want to do then is sit indoors someplace next to the fan or next to the air conditioner and. Well, since my knees are messed up anyway, I can't really do big hikes to start with. So maybe it's all right. Okay, we have now the base colors down for the dragon. Now I need to put down the heat here coming from the throat. Okay, sorry, I missed big chunks from the chat, so I'm having a bit of a look. The Texas summers are brutal. Yeah, I can imagine. The older I get, the more I can't handle the extreme temperatures. Yeah, I can't even imagine living in Texas or any of the places which has similar temperatures. It sounds terrifying. I want it between 65 to 67. Any less and I'm cold, any more and I'm hot. That's pretty much what I said. It's very similar kind of a temperature-wise. Oh, Emma, I meant to show you the horse. Okay, one half of the horse, because I have the page, kind of a protector there underneath. But look at that horse. That is pretty decent looking horse. We've had conversations before about some dismal looking horses from pretty well-known illustrators. So there you go, a decent-ish horse. Okay, so now I need to get something really, really like almost white. So I'm actually going to take a little bit of white here at first. Because I do have white in this set. I don't usually use much white in watercolors. But I want to get that toned down, almost white yellow that is actually hard to get. Okay, I have it. Lucy, I don't mind being cold because one can layer clothes. Exactly. But the heat, not even naked and opening the fridge door solves the heat. Exactly. Unless you have really good air conditioning, or you live someplace that air conditioning is readily available. There's no escaping heat. And my brain stops working and I can't sleep. I don't sleep. It's awful. All the places that people say, oh, we're going to retire into that hot country or that hot, like that sounds like hell to me. Wendy, I think I'd be happy in a climate like that. Anything over 80 Fahrenheit, my brain stops working. Exactly. Oh, hi, Jackie. Hi. Hi. I just talked. I did mention you today at something. Oh, yeah, that you're able to work in front of the TV or kind of in a more relaxed setting as well. And I just can't. I kind of mentioned that. Okay, and now I am taking lemon yellow and bringing into that whited out yellow. And I will add eventually with pencils, you know, more colors and shading and whatnot in there. But now I'm just creating that gradient here. That is going to be the base for my flames. I might actually bring it even whiter here. So I want that to be really light here. Yes, imagine it would be so cool to tell people that is your dragon. Oh. Anything over above 23 Celsius and I'm melting. Exactly. I'm starting melting a bit earlier than that, let's be honest. But yeah, no, not nice. Spot the Dragon is looking good. I can tell you about heat, says Jackie. Oh yeah, that's terrifying. Gosh, when you're showing me the temperatures, the current temperature, and I'm like, oh, how are you still even alive? This country is trying to kill you. Move. I don't know how I would, like, I don't think I would, literally, I'm afraid that I would not cope in the heat that you are putting up there. Okay, and just bring in different tones of yellow in and making it gradually slightly darker, the base. There's going to be darker bits here and there as well with pencils, but it's just kind of creating the gradient here. Jackie! That's, okay, Emma, that's a fine looking horse. I'd name him Neddy. Obviously, I need that book now. What is it? That book is called, oh, okay, let's not close it on fresh paint. That's Magic Made Real by Maurizio Campidelli. Oh, I said it very Italian, Campidelli. I know, that was terrible, but let's see, okay, Vancouver Island. Oh. Okay, let's see about Jana. Is that the infrastructure in UK, Europe is unable to handle AC in homes, businesses? No, it's because it's not really being needed here. It's the bleeding climate change. And it's not just, you know, people just cope. In the hotter countries, though, it's not, you know, if it's like places like Spain and whatever, the like Portugal and Italy, you would have, especially in kind of a bigger hotels or whatever, you would have air conditioning. Nowadays, anyway, more. But in UK and Ireland, the climate really hasn't been previously harsh enough to actually require that badly. Now suddenly, you know, it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. But, you know, air conditioning still isn't there. Because it's traditionally not built into the houses. So, yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. But what you're going to do? Okay, so I'm going to put... There's going to be... Okay, this area should be gray. This is a flame. I am very mixed up. Where's flame? Where's what? You know, there's a lot of... fiddly bits going on in this page. Curly whirlies. The power grid is fine. Yeah. Sardas, yeah, I'm hanging around, didn't say hi because I'm looking supper. That is fine. I am glad that you're here. Delighted to have you here. So just chill. Lucy, I have air conditioning, but even with with it, the heat here is terrible. And Curitiba is considered a cold city because during the winter we get below 0 temperatures. Well, that's something. And even with air conditioning, it's bad. Like, how bad does it need to be that even air conditioning doesn't take the edge off? Wow. That is scary, Lucy. Well, I presume you're able to, if you really turn the air conditioning up, you should be able to achieve humane temperatures, no? Yeah? No? Am I getting it wrong? I've never lived in a really hot country, and I most likely will never, well, if I have anything to do with it, I never will. Jackie, I've just got back from walking the dog. I'm trying to be more active and covered about 5 kilometers this morning. He's puffing and I'm sweating. God. Both of you. I'm so sorry. I feel for you. Yeah, poor Hamish. Poor you. Priasha, Ireland is absolutely beautiful. 50 shades of green, of course, in pleasant weather. Ireland is beautiful. I absolutely agree. You kind of tend to almost forget about it, and then suddenly you drive home from work and it hits you again. You kind of, take the usual road, you turn down, every day, once or twice, kids and mommy taxi and whatnot. And suddenly you kind of become aware again, and you kind of look at the gorgeous meadows and beautiful landscape in front of you, and cute like baby sheep on the field, and it's like I just keep forgetting how beautiful it all is. It really is gorgeous. Okay, maybe put a little bit of red here, just for funsies. I think we get used to our surroundings to the extent that we don't really notice the beauty around us anymore. Like most of the places I'm going, on the way I'm driving past at least a couple of old, keeps or castle ruins. It's like it's just the way things are. You kind of stop paying attention. Ask me again. Sorry, I missed. I scrolled and things. Okay, ask me again when I'm properly menopausal, but for now I'm firmly anti-cold. It hurts my arthritis. Oh, sorry. And I hate having to wear all my clothes at the same time. I do understand that, yeah. Name that dragon Chick because it cooks your chicken nuggets with that. Willow. Brittany, when it's hot and sunny outside here in Georgia, I have to be careful since I have fair skin, with red hair. And my skin sunburns easily without me wearing sunscreen and reapplying. Yeah, my skin also, I get loads of skin tags, and I get skin birthmarks in my case just keep popping up. I'm one of these people that the older you get, the more birthmarks you have. So yeah, it's a pain. It's a pain. Okay, and I am going to bring that down with a bit more of an orange here. I'm cooling down that fire a bit to some extent. I'm bringing some yellow back into it as well, just so it would be okay. Alrighty. And then I need to go back afterwards and create a bit of a contrast. So I need to put darks in the background and kind of really neutrals. So the dragon is really pushed forward. Jackie, did you use watercolor ground? Yes, I used the sizing liquid I did the video about and talked about previously. I can show you the jar. That is the jar. That's great. That stuff is gold. Gold. Okay. Stardust, our landlord put a central heating that come with the AC too, which is blessing during summer, because before it could rise to 35 inside. Yes. Like previous summer wasn't as bad, but a couple of summers before that, like couple of summers, the temperatures here did go to kind of, 30 and 28 and something like that. And genuinely, like I've been in, higher temperatures than that, but in drier climate countries, and it's not as bad, I swear to you. Then, I've had temperatures of 25, 30, even 40 in some other countries, and it does not feel as bad as like 23 here. I swear, it's the humidity and the kind of the specifics of the climate. So yeah, I'm not looking forward. If the summer is going to be like that, it's like, no, please don't do that to me. Okay, I'm putting a bit of a red here already, because I will definitely put some reds in there. But if it gets close to 30, or yeah, even close to 30 here, gosh, I just don't sleep. Even fan doesn't really help, because all it does is really blow the hot air around. I've discovered one thing that helps a little bit is those cooling pads that you keep in the freezer. I basically put them underneath my feet, and that kind of, and they're essentially frozen, but it says the gel stays soft. So I put it underneath my feet, and it kind of, because feet, anything that happens with the feet really influences your body temperature. So I find that helps me a little bit with the keeping myself not cool, but at least I can get through the night somehow, and even maybe a little bit of a sleep. But yeah, often I just don't sleep in the summer, which is a long time not to sleep. I'm a bad sleeper to start with. I have those night owl tendencies, but if you're working full time, night owl tendencies mean that you just don't sleep, because you still have to get up in the morning. You go to bed late, but you still have to get up in the morning. Brittany, I don't understand why a smaller part of Northern Ireland is a part of UK instead of Ireland. Yeah, I don't really want to go into the politics of it. There's hundreds of years of oppression and bad blood and history, and organized moving people to parts of Ireland and stuff like this going on from the United Kingdom side. So there would be a lot to explain if I tried to kind of explain it. But essentially because when Ireland gained the independence, and that is simplified and definitely not a precise and very good explanation. Then there were parts of Ireland, especially in North, which had a lot of Protestants, and basically were more so, which were brought in very deliberately because they were offered lands in Ireland, which was taken away from Catholics. And there were parts of Ireland, North specifically, that had a lot of Protestants who were very, very kind of a pro-Britain and anti-Republic of Ireland, anti-Catholic. So there's a huge conflict in the North because of it, and because of the amount of people who were pro-Britain. That part of Ireland essentially stayed a part of United Kingdom when Ireland gained its independence. It's a simplified, yeah, essentially it's something like this. Okay, so putting that one there. Just putting that yellow ochre a little bit here. Darken it slightly, because otherwise that flame is not going to. Okay, all right. And I need to put some color there too, and then I think I should be fine, and I can do the darkness. Okay, I missed huge swathes of chat. I'm sorry if somebody asks something. They need to ask it again because I'm behind. Oh, the cooling blankets. You're talking about cooling blankets that I mentioned. I tried a cooling. It doesn't, no, and it's only cooling a little bit, for a little while. It does have a slight cooling effect for a short while, and then once your body temperature warms the thing up, it doesn't really do much anymore. So it's not really the answer to everything. But with combination of other things, if you have the gel pad and stuff like that, and you have the cooling blanket, then it helps. All the combination helps a little bit. Do you guys like chicken nuggets, Willow? Yeah, I tolerate chicken nuggets. Well, they're fine. They wouldn't be my favorite foods, but they're definitely edible. My kids like them way better than I do. I guess you like them as well, Willow, don't you? Are you trying to get Mom to cook you some? It's a bit late for them, isn't it? Oops. Okay, I'm making that flame. I'm just trying not to leave too much paint in the crease, because that is definitely going to go through to other pages. Okay, and making this one nice and contrasting bright here. Adding a bit of a brighter colors here and there as well. Mixing some orange here, just so there would be a little bit of a color variations already down. Yeah, kind of a brightening it slightly here as well, so it would kind of cool down gradually. Yeah. Now, that's fine. Oh God. The AC, we can bring it down to 24. Oh God. Poor Lucy, I'm so sorry. In summer in the UK, it's so hot, even I get a headache. Willow, yeah. I'm sorry, Willow. I understand you. I feel for you because I don't take heat well. Oh, there was nothing electronic because I've seen ones that you plug on the wall and come with a compressor or something. Oh, I've never heard of these, let's be honest. I've only seen the one that is just basically fabric, as you said. Okay, now these ones that are a bit in the distance here. Oops, I made it too solid. I'm just putting water onto it and pulling it, diluting it a bit. These ones, I'm actually using kind of a like earthy orange to kind of push them back a bit. And I'm putting a lot of gray into it once it comes to the coloring and a pencil work. There's going to be a lot of pencil work here. I really hope to kind of at least get that play. My goal at the moment, there was a lot of goals I had for the month of March. And at the moment, I'm like, I'd like to finish something. It's not been going great. The newer cooling blankets and mattresses have compressors for cooling water, although I am not sure how well they work. Okay, Priyasha, I haven't even heard of those compressor things. I wonder, would it actually do anything? Because if it would do something, I would be queuing up to get one. You see, I have Jackie have a family in Australia. Oh, and they have been complaining about the high temperatures, although I imagine the area they are in are much cooler than what you mentioned. Okay. Willow is planning to order 5 billion pieces of chicken nuggets. Okay, I hope you... Emma, hide your credit card. You might bankrupt your mother. Although pool of chicken nuggets, it sounds intriguing. Canberra and Sydney heat is a little different to here, more humidity. Okay. Wow. Yeah, no, my basement is finished and has sleeping area down there. It's always cool down there. That another thing, houses don't really have basements here. That's something. Well, there are some houses that might have, but it's not really something that is given that your house has a basement. Our house doesn't have a basement, and it would be cool if it did. It really would. A, it makes the structure more stable. B, it does give you that kind of a cooler area. Okay. Do I have now all the flames colored? Please. Is it finally done? I think it might be. Priyasha, look it up, Annika. They sure are popular. Might bring you some relief, hopefully. But if they're popular, maybe they do work. I wonder where you can get them. Well, should look them. I suspect that UK Amazon is probably not a place that sells them. Emma, I have an air conditioning thingy-mabob if anybody wants to buy it. My house is okay in the summer because it retains the cold from winter. So it's a wee bit like living in the cave. Oh, it would be quieter in the basement too, Jana. I can't bear any noise when I sleep. That's actually funny because I can live with the noise. What I don't like is light. I like my room to be dark. I'm going to boil a giant jacket potato to make the ultimate bed to nap in and get a heated blanket and just use it all day, every day to nap and feel like a fat slab of cheese. Yeah, you have quite an imagination, Wella. Cool, that's good for you. Okay, this bit here needs to be something else. Okay. I probably need to kind of gray those flames a bit. Yeah. Anyways, that's going to be fine. Now I need to... Are they touch dry now? Because I don't want to bleed with the dark colors into those bright ones. I think they are touch dry. I can rub my hand over and nothing is falling apart. I'm taking another piece of Satsuma, so if I'm munching, you know why. Priyasha, we don't have basements here in, is it California? Due to earthquake risks, would definitely help in summertime to have a basement. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. But you can't have them because of the earthquake risks. Lucy, autumn is supposed to be arriving here too, Jackie, but we are still with temperatures above 30 during the day, ouch. And above 26 at night. That's the thing, there's no relief. I could even live with it if the day was, got warm or hot, but the night would really cool down, so you get this relief of the night. But no. A cave would be good with my jacket potato thingy. Auntie Chris, I can sleep in any conditions, any position. It's my superpower. I even drifted off during a root canal once. Oh, wow. Emma, good luck with your plan for world domination via chicken nuggets. I have no credit cards and I'm overdrawn. Hi, Tina. How are you? How's life treating you? Now, we need to get dark, but I want to put... Okay, I'm closing that, but now I'm going back into the granulating colors. Our bright colors are done. Oops, I'm going to put the swatch chart there as well, so I wouldn't lose it, because I definitely would. Okay, and granulators come out. Although I shouldn't call them granulators, they're not really granular. Oh, whatever. Okay, and the moon is made of cheese, that maybe Earth is made of chicken nuggets. Wait, hold on. Willow. Oh. Okay, so what color are we going to do there? I kind of want to bring in something grayish or earthy, but fairly dark, but warmer than on this side, because, everything around it. Maybe I should do the dark, the gray violet granite. Let's see if that's going to help me. Ah, I took a wrong color. Okay. I'm envious of your superpower, Chris. Sleep is a fickle thing for me sometimes. Oh. You're having trouble sleeping, Okay, I need to get a bit more concentrated paint here. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that was better. See how I can just wipe the page? You know, I can lift the paint for quite long because of that sizing liquid. It's magic. I want it pretty darn concentrated here. I want it dark. Because here in the background, I probably won't really do much. You know, depending how light it's going to look or how dark, but I probably won't too much pencil shading there. There's going to be a lot of pencil shading on the rocks there and on the dragon. I need something darker on top still. That's not dark enough. If dogs were horses and we were in war, what if someone had a chihuahua and the other had a bulldog? Imagine. Emma. Oh. That's the funny thing, actually, because the only chihuahua that I've actually physically met or held or know of is one of my neighbor's dog. I think she's now, she got married quite recently, and I think she took the dog with her, I presume. Her son lives now next to us, well, on the same street, the same age as my son. But their dog is called Podge, which is a really funny name. And it's the crankiest little thing. Auntie Chris, pretty sure it's a chronic fatigue system, but there are worse ways to be sick, so I'll take it. Oh. The best superpower? Healing. I'd like to have healing as a superpower. I can heal both other people and myself. I think that would be a cool superpower. Da, 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 da. Oh, hi, Callie. Hi. I just saw you coming in now. Sorry. I tend to be behind with the chat. I'm either getting distracted and paying attention only to a chat, or I get all carried away here on the page and don't notice anything in the chat. So that's how things just go here. I am sorry. Okay. I'll put that layer down, let it dry, and I probably will darken the top even further, because I want a little bit more darkness there. A bit more contrast. But I let that layer to dry a bit and see what the granulation is going to do here. Is it going to look interesting, or is it just going to look meh? Okay. Emma, bye-bye. I'm off to take beauty sleep from my plot on world domination. Bye. Good night, Willow. Oh. Priyash, I want the superpower that would convert all food to zero calorie. No, not zero calorie. Okay. 0 calorie, then you would starve to death. Maybe kind of reduce the calorie content by, let's say, 6 times, 10 times. Or you can decide what the calorie content is going to be. It's not 0, but you can decide, you can eat a chocolate cake and it's going to be like, I don't know, 50 calories. That should be fine. Emma, your murderous plans of world domination are getting even worse now that Willow went to bed. Yeah, sure. Well put, Annika. You understood my feelings. Yes, yes. Yes, you know. Not necessarily starving to death, but literally deciding what it's going to be. That would be great. We can combine our superpowers. Like, I will get the healing and you will get the calorie thing, and we'll be skinny and healthy. Wouldn't that be great? Okay, and now I am bringing that underneath there as well, carrying on with that color. And then I'm taking that black-green again, I think, and at least parts of it I'm going to do with the black-green. But I'm going to do some of the rocks with kind of a... I had that cobalt here. That would look cool. Or, oh no, that's the blue I used. Maybe that cobalt green? Am I taking the cobalt green or cobalt blue? Let me see. Cobalt green is probably better because there's a lot of warmth there. Okay, I'm going to take the cobalt green for the rocks. In a second, I'm missing bits again. Husky Fosterfail. Oh, Husky Fosterfail, you have a cool name. The algorithm just suggested your channel, perhaps because I follow others who paint watercolor live. Love how the dragon is coming along. Thank you. Algorithm can be so quirky sometimes, but you're very welcome. Happy to see you here. I'm just doing a base layer at the moment for the dragon. It's just putting color down. But it's really relaxing, and we're having a great chat. So you're welcome to just chill with us. Okay, either that or a mage. Oh, hi, Bump. Hi, Jess. Hi, I just finished the 14.5-hour live. Oh, my gosh. Oh, you are a hero. I don't think I could do that. I think my lives are long when I go, 4.5 hours. It's like, oh, gosh. That was a long one. I don't have voice anymore, but we had a great time. But yeah. I'm glad that you popped in. Have a good, I'm sure that you probably will drop off very soon. Have a really good sleep and really good rest. Wendy, I'm going to pop off. Thank you for brightening my day with all the chat and your lovely painting. Oh, and you ordered the sizing. Okay, thank you, Wendy, for sitting here with us and having a good time. I'm really, really happy that you popped in. I hope you had a good time. My God, Jess, have you just finished your live now? Oh, gosh. 13 bookmarks. Oh, yes, the bookmarks. That's a lot. Jess, I do not understand how, you are the true Speedy Gonzalez. I just can't. Definitely feeling tired now. You're going to sleep well tonight. You are incredible, Jess. Thank you. Thank you. There's a lot of work to be done yet with the dragon, but yeah. At least we get the color down, and now it's going to be easier to work on that page. and it needs to stand kind of overnight, so I can get possibly pencils on it. Possibly. Nighty night, Wendy and Jess, yes. Cindy, oh, hi, Cindy. I did not see you coming in. Okay, you somehow popped in without me noticing. Anyway, hi. Your sizing turns up tomorrow. Yeah, that would be great. Do you have any tracking or anything that tells you that it will should be arriving tomorrow? That sizing liquid is good. I genuinely think so. I'm not advertising anything. Nobody's paying me. You know, nobody's giving it to me free or anything like that, just in case somebody thinks that, oh, you know, you were just praising it because you're somehow affiliated. No, I'm not. I really like it for that specific purpose. If I want to work with water on a paper that, you know, usually would give me so many middle fingers, countless middle fingers, then this is really great. Okay, and now I'm going in with really dark for around these, but I'm kind of now looking at the chat and letting it sit a little bit, just settle a tiny bit before I go around it with a really dark. Actually, I might do that one here in the distance. This bit should be brown as well. Oops. I missed that bit here. It's the same area, essentially, behind the dragon. There we go. And there we go. And I leave that for a short while, and now I'm going to get Dragon Roar. Oh, along with your vortex mixer, Cindy. That was actually hilarious, Cindy. I was like, I was just wondering during my video. I was like, I think I should get it. I should try it. And the next thing is like, I got it. That was hilarious. Cindy, I was here from almost the beginning, but I fell asleep because I couldn't sleep last night. I'm more looking forward to the mixer, though. Oh. It's going to be fun, you know, if nothing else, it's going to be fun. So there. Okay, and now I'm taking that really dark color, which is black green. This, I'm pretty sure, is White Nights. But it goes really dark. You can really go to almost black with it. I like colors, watercolors, that have this huge range that you can go from almost black to, you know, almost nothing, which is the nature of watercolor anyway, that you can dilute them to almost nothing. But it's even cooler if the mass tone can go really, really dark. Okay, now this is going to be the wonderful coloring in the crease moment. My favorite. Okay, so I'm going to put stuff behind there. I'm pretty much picking it up full strength. And because on this paper, you can now, you know, it stays on top of the paper because of the sizing now, the artificial sizing. It stays on top of the paper quite a while without sinking in immediately. So you can do a little bit of, you know, just water your brush and tap the excess moisture out. Where is my sponge here? It's like, where's my sponge? And then you can just lighten it, kind of bring it and create color variations like this. You put down really dark and just lighten some areas slightly. And it just looks that little bit more interesting. Actually, I want it really dark here underneath the stone, because otherwise it won't really look like a stone. I think I might put some extra gray onto those stones, because at the moment it kind of looks a bit meh. Okay, tapping that off, diluting that a bit. And if there's going to be any cauliflowers or anything like that, it just makes it look more interesting. So here I'm not really trying to control water terribly. Okay. Alrighty, and I can keep moving. Here, yeah, I think that's actually dragon's teeth. I need to put some yellow there, but there is not a background spot. I think it's the literal dragon's teeth. So you're right, I did miss that spot. Thank you for mentioning it to me. I'm going to just drop some yellow ochre in there. That's better. It's dragon's teeth, like this. And I'm going to put that in there. And I actually missed this bit here too, but I'm going to put some... I meant to put red into it. A little bit of red, and then blend it out into orange. And bring it into bright yellow. So there. Yeah. Okay. See? I managed to... Thank you for reminding me. I had totally forgotten about it. Was that the spot you thought? Oh. Somebody's walking in the hallway. I don't know who it is. I should possibly close the door of the room here. Just in case I'm keeping people awake. Okie doke, let's go back to the black green. So I want nice contrast next to the dragon here at the bottom, because then there's less issues and less work with covering the lines and such. The contrast will do it for you. This is my favorite way of getting rid of excess line art or line work. Just make a contrast. Andrea, I have a severe OCD. As my therapist used to say, did the therapist actually tell you that you had severe OCD? Wow. I have a selective OCD. I can live with, quite a bit of mess and, chaos, but there's certain things that have to be a certain way. And if those things aren't that certain way, then it's not good. No. Heads will roll. Okay. So this is now going to be a lot of kind of trying to put dark color next to the dragon. I really like that color, the black green. It doesn't really have that green effect. It's more of a like a mossy stone effect to me. There we go. Creating a bit of a texture and dips there. And just tapping that thing again, and I'm going to slightly dilute it here so I have a bit of a color variation in this spot. And here too. And here. And here. Ah! Now. Auntie Chris, maybe it's your long overdue smoothie. I think Ola might have, you know, kind of laid down for a moment and essentially fallen asleep. She did have a busy day as well. Because she was quite awake while she was still here in this room we were talking. And I think then she went to her room for a while and I think she fell asleep. So that's why no smoothie. I'm devastated. Now I live. I have some fruit here. It'll keep me going. There we go. It's so much easier to have some really dark background around the flames. It just automatically brings things forward. It creates the contrast that you want. You have so much less work to do. And watercolor kind of allows also those easy tone variations. So. Okay, I'm putting really dark one here because I want really dark contrast around that flame. And I'm also bringing, I'm not really following the line art here super precisely. I'm just mostly making it pretty darn dark. Because the contrast, I think, here is more important than precision of the landscape. And the landscape is kind of a bit confusing here anyway, you know, what is what and how it's supposed to look. So I'll just go and do my own thing, essentially. Okay, I'm diluting that a little bit here at the bottom. All right, and I'm diluting it here too. And I might tighten it a little bit, maybe with pencils, but mostly I'm going to possibly leave it fairly raw with watercolor. Okay, so making nice contrast area here. Just following the flames. I want a nice dark shadow underneath that stone. But pretty much everything is going to be dark. Okay. There we go. That color is stunning. Yeah, it's a really good color, that black green. And it goes into really cool, really light, never grayed down, greenish, grayish versions. And then you can take it to really dark. I love that color. One of my faves in that set. It's one of the Black Knights, not like Black Knights, White Knights sets that I've had for a very long time. I think it's one of the first granulators. It was released ages ago. Berry Smoothie does sound so good. It does, really does. And she makes really nice ones. She's good at making smoothies. Well, she has a lot of practice. She likes making them, she likes them, so she makes them pretty often. So she's gotten pretty darn good at them. And she was so helpful today. Like, she did a lot of work. With the assembly of furniture that we had here. Like, she did a really, a lot of work with me. It is a little bit like Peridot Green, but it has a bit more variations, I think. Yes, yes, you're right, Auntie Kristen. It does remind a little bit, but it's even more muted and even darker in its mass tone, if you know what I mean. And also, if you really dilute it and put it down diluted, you get more variations. Although in this one doesn't have the most of variations from those White Knights granulators. There are others that have more variations, but I just like the mass tone on this one so much. Like, if you really want to go dark, that's your ticket. It's like black, but not black. There's definitely black in it. Like, there is black in that mix. Most likely iron oxide black. A second. I'm sorry now, I'm trying to carry that paint there. There we go. And there we go. What do you mean by WFH situation? Am I missing something? Quite possibly I actually know what you're talking about, but my brain doesn't brain at the moment. So if you could just clarify a little bit, that would be helpful. I'm so sorry. It's late, and it's been a long day. Oh yeah, Priyasha, she was really, really helpful. She did a lot of work with me. And then once we had the furniture together, then I carried on with trying to kind of get started, at least, with the basic organizing, let's put it that way. Since work from home situation. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. Oh, the acronym didn't compute in my brain. Yeah, I got the furniture this morning, they were supposed to bring it in and actually bring it into the room where you're going to have it, but the delivery guys essentially dumped it in the porch. And when I called them and said, listen, you were supposed to bring it in, they said, but we did knock. And I was upstairs and I did not hear anybody knocking, let's put it that way. So, yeah, there was a bit of a panic there. But then we got my son up and he brought it upstairs for us. Because I would not have been able to get those big flatback boxes up the stairs. There was no way. But my son helped me. And then myself and my daughter got cracking, and we pretty much spent days screwing furniture together. It was like... So, yeah. And I also got the printer set up. The printer was delivered yesterday, and we had a fun hour, myself and my daughter, setting up the printer. It's the sort of a printer that talks to you and shows pictures and animations of how to do things, which was really fun and cool. So yeah, we had a good day. Well, it was pretty exhausting, but you know, it definitely had results. The furniture is now together, and all I need to do now is kind of decide what is where and how I'm going to organize things. And I've done a fair bit already, but there's also a good bit still to do. So, okie doke. Now, I think I am going to now go to the wider shot so you can see the mess I've made here. Wait a second. I have this. There. So everything needs to be, of course, darkened here and, you know, shadows in. But at the moment, I put the base layer down. This page will take a lot of black pencils, let me tell you that. I just put, of course I did. Sorry. Baby wipes. I put my hand into fresh paint. I did create an interesting effect there on the ground though, so that's good. Briasha, are you looking forward to working from home, or do you prefer to go to workplace? There's positives and there's negatives. I do like the idea of kind of being in control of my time and kind of, you know, flexible with working from home, and also, you know, the kind of the comfort of it, and also that you can get, sometimes when you're at home, you can kind of manage your time and get things a bit started. You know, let's say you quickly, you know, throw, you know, in the lunch break, or just, you know, take a 15-minute break and go and, you know, throw something on with the dinner or something like, you know, stuff like this. Or if you need to pick somebody up, it's just easier when you're working from home. At the same time, working from the office has its definite benefits. It's firstly, you know, it's sometimes just easier to talk to people face to face. Sometimes it just works out better. I have found, you know, that you get better clarity if you just talk to people standing in front of them. But with this setup, and also, you know, just not just being home all the time, you know, kind of getting out of the house in a way, because I tend to be very homebody anyway. So the fact that I, you know, will now work from home means that I probably won't go much out of the house at all. So yeah. Like the balance between the cool and the warm colors. Yeah, I'm keeping this side fairly cool. I'm going to give some bit of a like reflective highlights. I probably put a little bit of orange, you know, here, kind of that is casting from the dragon, and possibly, you know, here a little bit on the side of the face. but I'm keeping him in fairly shadows because that rock is essentially kind of blocking him. So I want pretty sharp shadows on this side. And then the dragon also needs to have pretty dark shadows. I would like to kind of darken the top here a little bit. I'm waiting now for things to dry tiny bit, because at the moment it's a bit too wet to put anything else in, I think. I might pick up, there's like a bit of a pooling happening here. I might pick up some of the excess paint in these pools. But I would like to kind of darken the top a little bit, if you know what I mean. So I'm thinking about what color would work with that color for darkening. It needs to be pretty, maybe cobalt gray. Cobalt gray is not very dark though in its mass tone, because it seems to be almost like there's some bit of white in it or something like this, or maybe, I don't know, I don't have with me at the moment the pigment list for these paints, so I don't know what's exactly the mix. But I want to kind of put a little bit something on the top there. Persha, I hear you. I wish you. Thank you, Persha. Yeah, it's going to be fine, you know. It's just everything is, you know, new in a way. It's not like I haven't been working at all from home. I do occasionally, you know, now as well work from home, but it's been a different setup. You know, it's different if you just have a laptop and for a day, maybe in every couple of weeks, or, you know, some weeks, day or two, you work from home with just on your laptop. But, you know, here I'm essentially creating a full office setup for myself. So that's a bit different. I'm carrying, yeah, that color at the top, so it wouldn't be so harsh that there's totally different color here than there. And I need some color that would fit. Maybe no, that has too much pink in it, that gray rose mist. That wouldn't really work well there. Maybe black grape. That's a dark color as well, but it has more of a purplish undertone, and this brown also kind of leans a bit towards purple. Maybe that'll work for me. Let's see how this is going to work. Yeah, that's dark. Possibly I took too much of a mass tone, but let's see how that's going to. Yeah. It's going to look more effective though. Okay. And now I need to soften the bottom of it. So we would have... Or should I just bring it to hold the way? No. Here we go. Just a little bit softening the bottom here. So there would be a tiny bit of variation. And I'm creating kind of like texture here as well. I don't know if it's going to stay there. That depends, you know, how the paint settles. But I'm kind of dabbing my brush into this fairly... You can't really see that. That's the thing. The glare is stopping you seeing. But maybe now you can say that I dabbed my brush into the mass tone to create this kind of like bit of a texture. So it would look a little bit like a stone. Or, you know, distant stone wall or something. Yeah, it's just the main thing why, you know, those things kind of tend to throw you a bit, because I really needed to change the whole office, so kind of a like craft room setup, which was a good thing, because to be honest, the craft room needed to be sorted out to start with, because I didn't really have any appropriate furniture except basically, you know, a desk. Like, there was like piles of boxes and, you know, different stuff underneath my desk that I kept pulling from there, and a couple of little trolleys with stuff, and then some shelves which were kind of, you know, fair distance away from the desk, and, you know, full of also other stuff. So there was really no specific kind of a craft furniture for me. It doesn't need to be custom, but, you know, there was no way to really organize myself. And because now I needed to get new furniture, I got a little bit more. Now dabbing my brush into the mass stone again to get that slightly textured vibe, which you can't see because, yeah, it's you know, the water glare or reflection. Sorry. Yeah, it did need it to be sorted out anyway. I would have had to do it anyway, but it kind of pushed me to do it, which is, you know, in a way, it's a good thing. And we now have a properly functioning printer in the house, so that's great. Because we have a fairly old printer that I think my husband can somehow kind of connect to it occasionally, but it's yeah, most of the time it's not working. So it's good to have a working printer. Hopefully you won't have to get more furniture. I wouldn't be surprised. I was just looking at the stuff. Yeah, there's like, actually, not that I have to, but now that I have some functioning pieces that I actually see that, oh, they look nice, and, you know, they really fit and work much better with the, you know, to put things away than, you know, piles of boxes that I had before, or plastic drawers, which I hated. I did have some plastic drawers. Then now I'm like, but there's more plastic drawers in this room. Maybe I should replace them with furniture. You know, actual proper drawers. The IKEA, the Alex drawers, I like them a fair bit. You know, those white ones, the shallow ones, that kind of, they usually have a lot of drawers in the unit. And they don't have kind of a like knob or handle. They have this kind of a, I don't know, like a opening, or kind of almost like a dent at the top for opening the drawers. I really like the very clean look of them, always have. So now I have them, and I think they look nice. Very nicer than what it used to be anyway. Now then, see, I think the contrast really helps there at the top. I do want to put probably a bit more kind of a brighten up that color here in the face. It's too light here. It's too pale. It won't give me a good base. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to put that one away. Okay. And once again, I'm pulling out that Renaissance palette that I was using for bright colors. So I think I'm going to do possibly yellow ochre. No, actually, I might go do some like yellow there, like pure yellow. So maybe the Indian yellow. Yeah. So when I put the black and the shading in, there's going to be a bit stronger color there to shine. And I have to be careful here because if I go too close to that dark color, it's going to be nasty runs all over the place. Indian. I really like Indian yellow. I like really warm, vibrant yellow. I use my yellows a lot. Like I've heard quite a few watercolor artists and watercolor enthusiasts in coloring who just say, oh, I almost never use my yellows. And it's like, yeah, my yellows I used heavily. Okay. There you go. I think that's better now. You know, that stronger color here. And possibly I should put some extra color onto here as well. I don't know what color though. Should I try vermilion a little bit? But I put it there already. No. Maybe I should pick up a mix of these two, the vermilion and cadmium red. Just create some reddish areas as well here. Just for funsies. There would be a bit of a color variation. And contrast. So everything wouldn't blend together into kind of a mass of scales and dragonness. And now I put that Indian yellow. And I'm pulling that into that red. And I think that looks better. Yeah. And those scales need to be slightly darker as well, because the teeth kind of blend into everything. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm taking a bit of a mix of the, but I'm mixing it in pans. I'm not even doing it on the palette. And I'm putting it behind here. Okay, behind the teeth. Things would come a bit more forward. Other than that, okay, yeah, that's part of a jaw. Okay. So there's been a bit of a separation between the jaw and the scales there. And I'm going to drop in some Indian yellow again here. Mixing them together on the paper. And now you see how the flames came instantly forward as well and became more prominent here. So I'm trying to do something similar here at the top. Okay, so here I need to put some reds in again. So I'm taking orange. Sorry, I took wrong colors. Vermilion. I'm just mixing like this essentially. Which technically is not what you're supposed to be doing, but who's going to forbid me? Okay, I need to be kind of a little bit careful here. So I'm holding the brush like this close to the actual bristles. So my work would be a bit more precision here. Okay. Okay, and here. And here. And I think that's, there we go. And as I'm going on, as the paint is wearing off the brush, you kind of get almost natural gradient there. Oh, oops. All right. wherever I'm going, I'm brushing into something. And here, and here, and here, and here, between the flames. So now I'm just putting in tiny bit of contrast here and there, because things were very flat. There we go. And as I put that in, the flames just become so much more visible here. And I might actually put red on that side as well. So it would be like a slightly darker area. And there would be more of a contrast there. So I'm taking the vermilion and cadmium red. And oh gosh, this is going to be awkward positioning wise. I think I needed a bit more contrast there, so I'm taking more of a red. Yeah. That's better. There we go. There we go. Now, I think that's better. Especially now when it dries, you'll be able to see how much more things became now clearer to me, where the lines are and what part is what. So, here. There you go, down the rabbit hole. Yeah, I know, Prisha. Yes. I want more furniture. Your Husky postal. Oh, okay, Husky, your favorite is Indian Red. Yeah, Indian Red is beautiful. It's just gorgeous. So, like, all those earthy reds are just stunning. Iron oxide red is beautiful. English red is beautiful. Yeah, there's just so many pretty things. Jackie, I have some Chinese watercolors coming from Tmall that you showed last week, I think. I couldn't resist for the price. Oh, those were the really cheap ones. Are those ones that you meant? Ah, these ones? I love them. They are so cheap, cheap and cheerful. They are not traditional Western watercolors. You know, if anybody is looking for they work slightly differently. They work like something between gouache and watercolor. Because, you know, you can see that there's a lot of white in all of them. If you can see all the colors so well from the top, there is going to be a fair bit of white. Some of them are pretty dark though, like this is very dark, this is dark, this is dark, this is dark. This green is very nice and dark. So there are nice and, you know, dark ones here as well. But, oh, it's just so much fun. And because they're so cheap, you just totally relax when you're working with them. It's so easy. Yeah, I really enjoy. I want to do a video with them, but, you know, it just feels like, you know, if I'm doing a video with them, like I'm advertising or selling them. I am not. I'm just saying, oh, I got them, I think they were like between 3 and 4 euros. If that price, you know, can't go wrong. Oh, hi, Amanda. Okay, I didn't notice you coming in. Hi. Sorry, I didn't say hello yet. Spare room. Yes, I think that red make a big difference. Thank you. I think so too, because now the dragon has more of a shape and more, the flames stand more out from the dragon's body. So I think that's a better decision, I think, here. And I possibly should have put some onto the... No, I'm going to do that with pencils. I was thinking maybe putting some bits here into the face as well of the... of the red, but no, because I want the face to stand away from the body. But maybe slight shading here and here. Well, we'll see. What book? Oh, okay, Auntie Chris, that's the book. Magic Made Real by Maurizio Campidelli. Maurizio, I think. Sorry. And but if you want to do watercolor here, then you need to treat the page with something, or you can do pencils here. But because they're all double page spreads, I can show you some if I'm very careful. Okay, they are really like the art is like epic. Here you go. I'm trying to. I know it looks a bit weird because the way I'm holding it, but I can't close the book properly. The perspective on this one is just so awesome. But another one that I would only do if I put watercolor onto it, because those houses, you know, just thinking about, you know, doing all the coloring on them with pencils make me a bit sweaty. Just look how cool they are. Another really cool dragon spread. I love the one with the frogs here. You know, look how big the areas are, and even the water-based marker here, like maybe pit pens. I've never yet tried pit pens here. Maybe you can base something with pit pens if it's smaller areas, but in a big area like this, any water-based marker is going to be streaking on you. So either you sacrifice, you know, 2 spreads on either side to use alcohol markers as a base, or just do pretty much full pencil page. Of course, there's also soft pastels that you can use. Look at that. That is so how very Gondor. Jackie, those are the ones. Yeah, they are fantastic. Priyasha, do these have a name? I could only find ones with either pearl or metallic finish. Jackie, I agree with cheaper supplies that tend to experiment and let loose more. Yes. Priyasha, do these have a name? I need to find you a link. Okay, let me go and look for the link, because I did put links into some of my videos, but you know, I don't know which, like, it was in several videos, but I don't remember exactly which one. Let me see. I need to go to Gmail. Sorry, now it's going to be me behind the scenes raking things, and I find them now on Gmail. Okay, so at the moment on Gmail, the prices change. Like sometimes they're €5, sometimes they're $3.50, sometimes whatever, you know. At the moment they're $6.39 from this seller, but they are from different sellers as well, so it kind of pays to look around. I can put link once again in there. And there's also this set, which is 40 pearl colors and 140 solid colors, which is kind of intriguing to me as well, because it looks like the same watercolors essentially. But let me find you the link for the one, and I'm going to drop it into the chat again if you want to check it out. Wait a second. But Temu in different countries might have different links. That's the thing. So I'm not sure if you can order from that link in your country, but at least you can see what it is. Here you go. If that's any help. It might not be, but you know, at least I've tried. Auntie Chris, I have watercolor ground on hand. I love these pictures. Yeah, they're really cool. I like the Medusa here also. It's just such a cool portrait. But the thought of doing all those, the repetitiveness repetitiveness, jeez, of doing all those snakes is freaking me out a bit. So it's like, maybe not, not now anyway, but it would be really cool when finished. Like, look at that. Oh, that's Sorceress. It's just so powerful. And on that side, we have a really cool Pegasus that I think showed at some stage. Here we go. Beautiful. Then we have some more dragons. There's a lot of dragons in this book. Some castles. Really like this one. Again, something really different and cool. In a way, he somewhat reminds me, the way he shades, he essentially gives you the hatching where the shadows would go. So in that sense, he's a bit similar to how Kirby illustrates. So he has the bit of a Kirby-ish vibe. I really like that one. The girl and the dragon, it's so lovely. I was thinking about doing that at first, but then I decided to go for this one. Look at that. Oh, the coat of arms. But when I'm finishing showing you that, I'm going to show you something else that I think you might appreciate. Because I've always, said that I love this book, but the paper in it is a bit of a menace. It's just so cool. I love that Sorceress as well. Oh, so cool. Another really cool Pegasus. You see, these watercolors are on my team card. Oh, I love that one. This is one of the ones that I definitely would love to do eventually. The wizard and the owl and the cabin, the wood, it would just look so cool. Yeah, it does remind me in a way, Kirby, but I like his people a lot better. And he, I think, puts people and characters a bit more central to his compositions. And I like his angles. There's always kind of interesting perspective. But I wanted to show you something else. Let me see if I can find it. It's going to take a minute now, because everything is put away. So this is all double page spreads, and the paper hates water. Okay, something has happened to my camera. I probably hit it somehow. Is that better? Yes, that looks neater. I at least try. I'm putting that to the side. And then one of my viewers said to me, do you know that the same artist also has this book? And that it takes water really well. And I said, no, didn't know that. And it's also by Maurizio Campidelli, although on the cover it doesn't say anything. But and it's published by Sparkpool, which is a publisher I had never heard before. But it does say here someplace, that illustrated by Maurizio Campidelli. And that book now, okay, it's double-sided also, but the paper is like, you already, when you're paging it, it feels much nicer. There's no double page spreads. They're all single pages, but they're also like cool scenes like this. And it takes water really well. It takes, like, I tested with, granted with Neocolor, but I put loads of water on it, and it was a dark color, and there was nothing, it didn't even react to it. It's such a cool art. And once again, I like scenes. I like storied pages. And this book is full of storied pages, and it has, like, he really gives you hints how to shade them. You almost can't go wrong. The same way, like, Kirby essentially gives you outlines how you should be shading it because of his hatching. He does the same thing, but I kind of like I don't know. He's more of a fantasy art, which I do appreciate. You know, I like both Kirby and him, but I like his people a lot more than Kirby's people. I often don't like Kirby's people. If he actually depicts humans, I often don't like the people. I do like his beasts. I do like his monsters. I do like his animals a lot. People, for some reason, no. Especially faces. Like Kirby's faces don't speak to me. From the blood of Medusa, Pegasus sprang. Yes, yes, Sasuke. That is so cool. And this one, let's just look at it. Like pages and pages of fantastic art. Now, there are caveats. It is not a thick book, as you can see. I'm going to show you like this, okay? And it's glue bound only, and it's glue bound pretty kind of deeply. So, like, I'm really struggling even to break the spine, you know, to get it, and all the images go direct into the spine. So you're gonna be, especially, you know, on the bump sides, you know, on these sides, you're gonna be struggling coloring, you know, that area here. I'm actually thinking of taking acrylic black marker and putting down a ruler and creating kind of like little black areas, like almost a frame here near the spine with acrylic brush markers, and essentially creating artificially, basically, you know, the image ends here, because they go into the crease anyway if they, you know, are slightly cut off here with some black. I think that might help me to actually color those images. On that one for less than £8 as well. Also mine. Oh, I'm bad for you. I am bad for you, Auntie Chris. Too bad you're not earning commission for tonight, Annika. Yeah, we really do, to be honest. That's the thing. I don't have any like affiliates. All right. I'm just talking about things that I happen to stumble across. And this one just happened because one of my viewers said, listen, have you seen it? I was like, no, I haven't. I went to check it out, and just like, it had to come home. It just had to. The art is just stunning. Doesn't she look like Angelina Jolie? Is it just me, or does she look like Angelina Jolie? Or Jolie? I don't even know how to actually say it correctly. Is it? It might actually be just me. Just beautiful. And this one also has some really cool dragons. Like, look at this one. He's very good at dragons. Or any beasts, really. And also, you know, a lot of kind of a dynamic scenes, people in movement, interesting angles. But people are, you know, actually have correct proportions, like, which I do appreciate. That is so cool. So yeah, a really cool book. I have slightly kind of tested pencils here, and they go down really well, but I haven't really done big blends or anything. I just did very, very basic. But here I put down Neocolor Dew in really kind of a dark colors, you know, plenty of water. And there's not even buckling. There's not even any waviness or anything, and nothing went through. So I'm very, very impressed. Let's be honest. Actually, I should try one thing. Do I have any water-based markers? I'm actually curious. What water-based marker? No, it doesn't. I actually tried that one. I did try. I tried here, water-based marker. Does it? Because I thought the paper is so good, maybe I can just put water-based marker on the paper and dilute it on the paper, you know, blend it out. No, it does not do that. It does, you know, if you put water on top, water-based marker here, it will go through. So that won't work, sadly. But, you know, so that's just asking too much, really. So many nice books coming out. Jack, I'm looking forward to seeing the new Kirby, but I like this one you're showing now too. I don't even know what the new Kirby is. I haven't really followed that one. Is he going to come out with something soon? Angelina Jolie from the 90s, yes. Have I tried watercolor pencils? Yes, but I work with them less than I work with just pure watercolors. Watercolor pencils are good in coloring books, obviously, because they're more controlled, and you know, you can control the water better if you want to spare your book. But I'm often pretty sloppy in that sense that I just I just put watercolor down in swathes. So yeah, I do enjoy doing that. But I would actually like to work with watercolor pencils on some, you know, just do some pages playing with watercolor pencils, because I haven't played with them for a long time now again. I haven't touched mine for quite a while, and I think they're due to being played with again. Sorry, not played. They're gonna get played. Okay, so yeah, I think that's as far as I'm going to go with that page tonight. I think I have the contrasts and the kind of temperatures and color balances sorted, and now there's only kind of shadowing only, you know, there's double page spread, there's nothing only about it. There's going to be a lot of pencil work here, but at least I now have better idea what's happening. Or should I just drop a little bit of orange? No, okay, this is me not leaving things alone. This is very, very typical. Since I have it in my hand, do I have any water brushes here? Because that actually would work better here. Okay. All right. On the water brush. I thought that I put tiny bit of those orange reflections, that flames reflections, onto his skin. Just a tiny bit. Follow me, Chris just ordered that book too. I really should have put things into the description, I'm telling you. Okay, so here I'm going to put, you know, like a bit of a reflected light, so it hits his side like this. Okay, and where's my cloth so I can clean it off and then kind of soften it a bit. Saves me some fighting with pencils there. Just having that reflection already there. It's handy. And just a tiny bit, so I wouldn't overdo it. Just a little bit here. On the side of the hair, I actually put a little bit more. But a little bit in the face as well. Okay. And I'm going to soften it inwards. Leave pretty strong one on the hair. Now, I think that should be pretty much sufficient. Because that's, yeah, that's gonna be fine. Chris, it looks great, honey. I'm loving it. Thank you. I think it's going to be a fun page once I get shading in. And I'm definitely, it's the type of a page or spread that I super enjoy. You know, the art is very much down my alley. I'm a fan of fantasy art. Kirby's new one this year is Animals Beasts. Oh, I haven't, for some reason, somehow this knowledge has totally gone past me. I'm cleaning my hands a bit because I'm smeared things all over. And if you are wondering why my hands are looking terrible, I pretty much broke every single nail today. So my hands look awful. But that's fine. That's flat pack furniture for you. The page is already looking dynamic. Thank you. Thank you. It's going to be fun, I think. Hi, Karen. How are you? Oh, you done so much, you made it to your dragon. Yeah, I actually, that's actually quite good going, considering we only, that's double page spread, and I have main colors down. It's going to take hours of work here, though, left, but this, to me, is, once those colors are established, the shading becomes so easy. Yeah, I somehow missed Kirby's new book information altogether, which is kind of weird, isn't it? So I would expect it to be pretty big news, a pretty, he's on one of the biggest ones around as far as coloring book artists go, one of the most popular ones, and somehow this information bypassed me. I am so sorry. I was thirsty. Thank you, Karen. We had a good time with it. Is it starting to get dry? It's pretty wrinkly now, I have to admit, but it's really, really thin paper. It is not meant for water. The fact that I, managed with the Holbein, was it Holbein or was it this one? I don't remember. But the fact that I managed to actually, put loads of watercolor into it, and then in some places there's several layers, is a miracle in itself. So yeah, that paper does not even like water-based markers. I think everything goes through here. As I said, I have not tried pit pens. Actually, that would be interesting. I'm kind of curious now. Would the pit pens go through? I have a handful of greens someplace near me. Which I can't get to. Okay. Here they are. Here they are. Okay, now let's take something random. Okay, can I close it? Yes, it's dry enough to close it. It would actually be now a good idea to put something between these pages. And then I have a wax paper here. Just a second. I'm going to put wax paper like this between the pages, like that, and then I'm going to put it underneath something for night, so it'll kind of flatten a bit and kind of dry a bit flatter than it is at the moment. It's not actually bad, considering that this is a super thin paper. Look at it. It is, yes, it does, give a bit of a wave, and here you can see at the top. But it's not dismal, considering how thin the paper is. So that sizing liquid, yeah, it does things. So, but let's find some page that I don't particularly, I'm not that bothered about, and put some. This one, okay. This is a really cool page, so I don't want to ruin this one. I saw your version of that page, Jackie. It's so cool. It's so good. It's just pure amazing. This page is really cool. Okay, let's see. Something that I can, would have smallish details, maybe some. I will never do that page, but I don't want to ruin that page. Okay. I do like that. This is one of my favorite pages here for some reason. It's kind of simplistic, but it's really cool. But it definitely has to do with watercolors, because look at, the expanse of color here that needs to be put down. Like, yeah, definitely watercolors. Or gouache. Actually, gouache. I'm curious how gouache would behave on this one. Because gouache doesn't go through as easily as watercolor. And it also doesn't buckle the paper as much as watercolor, so might work. Okay. This is now getting annoying. Okay, there's something in the beginning. I just going to think random green or something and check if it goes through or not. Because I really like your work on the tall rock separating the dragon from the man. Oh, you mean that one? Here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the reflection. I need to darken this bit of a fire here. Kind of, I want pretty strong shadow next to it. And then the light from the dragon's fire hits the rock. So I need to figure out how I'm going to do that. I'm going to figure that out with pencils. But I have a picture in my head, how it's going to look. Yeah. Let's put that in. Okay, so pit pens. Here we go. What color are we going to take? A random color is the answer. Okay, let's do something with yellow. And let's do something with green and bright. Okay, those are not great greens, but hey. Okay. So, leaves. Can I do that on the paper, or will it definitely go? It looks like it's going through. Oh no! Is there a bit of a ghosting? Maybe, but it's very vague. Let's try again. It's not blending super well here, but if you do it in kind of a deliberate way, kind of deliberate texture and feathering, then now I went over it several times, as you could see. It should be true. But it's not. You know what? If it's detailed page, like one of these, and if you have pigment pens like these, or Stadler pigment pens, that actually might work. Jackie, I've only seen the cover of Chloe's book released. If you haven't been on Insta, you would miss it easily. Yes, I haven't been on Insta much because I'm having a bit of a messy situation with office and, sorting things out. But I have now some bits at least sorted out. So I have the new furniture and everything is kind of lining up. Oh yeah, the page. We're talking about the page that I mentioned. Yeah, it's so cool. Really enjoyed that page. Even using full pencils on it was good. Yeah, I think his art is one of those arts that it pretty much, it's so, I can see it being very easy to color because he essentially gives you everything. And all you need to do is just to put shading when it's essentially, hinted that there should be shading there. I think that, yeah, if you have pigment pens like these, yeah, you can totally do blending with them. Doing these in the background just darker. This one darker. And nice thing about Pitt pens is that they are really precision tools. You know, if it's a detailed page, you know, fiddly like these bits here, then pigment pens are great because they have this really thin precision nib or brush. But it's because it's brush, it's also nice for blending. Yeah, to me it looks pretty good. Okay, let's try a bigger area with that sun is too big to watch. I don't want to color the whole sun. But let's make these that leaf yellow. Yeah, I think you can do stuff here with pigment pens, no problem. You know that not everybody has pigment pens. I totally acknowledge that. I wouldn't have had Pitt pens, but unless like if I didn't stumble across them, the really good price, and I mean ridiculous price, on Vinted. So they're used, very good condition, and you know I'm fine with them. I got them for, yeah, it was a good price. Let me see if I take a little bit of that color and flick it in here. Just out of curiosity. Because they're not cheap, pigment pens. Staedtler ones are a little bit cheaper, but Pitt pens, if I hadn't found them on Vinted like this, I would not have bought them. As much as I do appreciate them and think they are a great tool, they are very expensive. There you go. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna lift it now closer to the camera so you can see it did not go through. Pretty sure it didn't. And I put a lot of layers on those greens, and I think they look pretty all right. And this is, you know, where the stuff would have been here. And there's nothing there. Nothing went through. Quite impressed, actually. You can use that to base elements, certainly. It's the big areas that would be a challenge, like, you know, these bits here, because they would start streaking. But maybe if you just put pastel base down and then go, you know, at least you have something, take the white of the paper away, and then you can go on top with darker pencils, maybe something like this. Wait a second, I'm missing bits. Layered colorist, hi, how are you? Lewis say, Jackie, there are a few artists that I want to have everything, and Kirby is one of them. Okay, I don't have everything from Kirby. Oh, this alien book just did not appeal to me. That's one of the few books that I did order. And I looked at it, I went through several times, and I liked some elements. But then the more I looked at it, the more I knew that I'm not going to color this book. So I sent it actually back. It's like, totally my fault, but, my mistake. It's not my book. And the Dark Fairy Tales, I still haven't ordered. I don't know why. I'm kind of in between with that book. Everybody's coloring it, and I seem to be the only one who doesn't. To me, it's Hannah Carlson, Kirby, Maria Trolle, and Erie. Okay, yeah. I do get the list. I'm not getting all Hannah Carlson either, although lately I've been very, into her newer books. But I didn't get her Halloween book. I wasn't really into it much. It's a beautiful book. It's just the holiday, isn't really that much of my jam. So, nah. I do like it in theory, it's just not in my background that much. Then RJ, oh yeah, RJ. With RJ, I'm getting most of, but not absolutely everything. I do go a bit by theme. Tiny houses, no, and I don't do Johanna Basford, Millie Marotta, who are both, you know, fantastic artists, don't get me wrong, but I just don't vibe with the images, and you know, I'm looking at the page and I have no idea what I would do here. You know? They're so contained and neat. The lady cries, hello, how is everyone? Oh, we're fine. And to join in and come a lot more, yeah, and don't like tiny houses either. Yeah, it's just not my thing. The others, I think I like all of them, most of them, but RJ here in Brazil is incredibly expensive, really, and difficult to find. What? Really? Wow. Because they cost the price of a Hannah Carson book with significantly interior. Oh yes, of course, the paper, the famous Amazon paper. Yes, it's unfortunate. Yeah, some artist books are more expensive in some countries. Yes. Oh, you have two of his books in PDF: Winter Wonderland and Forest Song. Both really lovely books, though. Serendipity is a beautiful book. Jackie, I'm going to have to be a lot more selective. I'm running out of space on my bookcase, and I do not want to expand to a new bookcase. Like, I have like 12 of RJ's books to include tiny house, tiny takes. Okay. Lucy, oh, I don't have Kirby's book Aliens too. Yeah. Just, it didn't fit. I understand. I do not own one Hannah book. Yeah. And the funny thing about Alien book is that in theory I should have liked it. I'm into that theme. You know, I like sci-fi. I think aliens and, you know, weird beasts are really cool. Like, everything about that book should have been my thing, you know, totally my jam. And somehow it wasn't. It's just almost unexplainable. I don't know why. Mythographic. Oh, yes. Mythographic is fantastic. Yes. Layered colorist. Yes. I loved the awards video by Jodie Moments, but only own 2 of the winners, and I haven't colored Lulu Maya because I don't know that I like it. Oh. Lucy, I don't own Spirit Animals by Hannah. Oh. I don't think Jackie is into Hannah's art, yeah. But I know quite a few people actually who don't like Hannah Carson at all. But I do. I don't color her much for some mysterious reason, but I do like, I think, the quirkiness of it, and maybe the kind of the pure Scandinavianness of it kind of appeals to me. I do like her. I think her last book was quite cool. Monty Chris, I don't have many famous books. I'm always more drawn to a particular subject matter of fandoms. Yeah, Buffy, exactly. Discworld. Discworld. Oh, Terry Pratchett. Oh, Game of Thrones. Not my... that's one of the things that kind of... once again, I should like, but I don't. I like parts of it, but not the full thing. RJ here doesn't deliver to Brazil. And they do is the hardcover version. With Anastasia, you can order and download all her books, which I love, because I ordered first one and shipping costs more than book the US. Oh, okay. Lucy, with only half of the illustrations and costing oh, no. Wilcox, Mama, sorry, Chrissy, I'm bleeding out. You like it, Anna? I think it's great that we're not identical. I think it's really, really good that it's like even looking at different YouTubers that they all have their own tastes and all books, different books they like, and that's the beauty of it. If everybody did color only the same images and the same way, where's the joy and creativity and fun in that? I just, Jackie, actually, like Lucy is, I agree with Lucy that I do understand why you wouldn't, it wouldn't sit with you well, because Hannah's style is distinctive and it is kind of, on the weird side. But I think it's the weirdness of it that appeals to me. I don't know. I don't have all her books, but I have more of her books than I actually ever planned to have. So that's not a surprise there. Maria Jolla for a long time did not appeal to me at all. But I did have one or two of her books that I bought when I wasn't really sure what I was going to like. So they were kind of like everybody was coloring these books. So I bought, a couple of, each, different artists to try them out. And then I made one page in, I think it was Botanical. And suddenly it kind of clicked for me. And now I enjoy coloring Maria Jolla. Not like all the time and constantly, but I do enjoy doing her pages. I think she's fun. There aren't any naked pictures in the Game of Thrones coloring books. Well, I wouldn't mind any. I'm no prude. There's a lot of SV in these books, and in series actually less than in the book, to be honest. And I just, I really hate when all female growth has to be through extreme suffering and humiliation and violence. SV is like, can we please, try to kind of make our female main characters. There are other ways for people to grow and wisen up and, mature than going that route, which a lot of, especially male fantasy authors tend to do. Or somehow kind of provide men's motivation and growth for their male heroes through females suffering. It's like, oh, yeah, okay. It's kind of a lazy writing to me. Sorry, I went onto the tangent that nobody asked for. Nobody. Like a colorist, I just started liking Hannah Carson, but I can't get rid of Montreal at all. See, everybody absolutely has different perception. And I love that. Oh, I don't like Clara Markova. No, yeah, that's 100% agree, Jackie. I just can't get into it. The faces. The face. No. Something about those faces. Animals sometimes are even cool, cute, and the environments or whatever. It's those faces and those eyes that kind of just repel me, and I can't. Crystal Vogel, yes, I think is better. See, I have the same story, like Jackie was saying, you have two Maria's book, but you don't know how to color them. Same with Amelia Lida Herberg. I have the same with Johanna and Millie Marotta. I don't know what to do with them. I just look at the page and nothing comes. It's like blank. You know, I'm drawing literal blanks, no inspiration, nothing. I don't know what to do with it. Annika, if you decide to distash your spirit animals, I am happy to take it off your hands. I am thinking about it. At the same, like, I do like it. It's one of actually my actual favorites from hers. I really like the concept of it. The portrait, and portraits are one of my favorites from Hannah's. And, you know, that book has a lot of portraits. So that alone appeals to me. But I haven't colored there yet. And I'm like, you know, with the way it is at the moment, it's almost sin to color in it because everybody's like, oh, it's a rarity now. I think it's a bit of an exaggerated panic, but yeah. Auntie Chris, I can absolutely understand where you're coming from, Annika. Oh, okay, you're talking about the fantasy, yeah. I can't get my hands on Crystal Vogel. Also don't ship. Are you serious? Her artwork is very fairy tale-like and beautiful. Yes, it is. Maria Trolle was not a favorite either, but one day it clicked and now I love it. Yeah, I had the same thing. Didn't really call to me at all, and then suddenly I was like, yeah, love it. Having fun with it. Jackie, I'm not keen on extreme violence of any kind, but SV, I turn it off. Yeah, that's the thing. And that was my issue with I don't mind explicit scenes. I have no issues, you know, no prudishness of any sort. You know, I never understood why it's okay for teens or, you know, kind of not very young ones, but, you know, kind of like older kids. It's totally okay for them to watch pretty harsh violence, but no so-called mature, you know, content. It's like, excuse me, you know, one is just, you know, normal part of life, and another one is horrible crime, and like our society is kind of twisted. But yeah, but SV, no, just no. Thank you. Why? The Layer Colorist, you made me buy Magic is Real, and it's now my favorite book. Oh, I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry. No, I'm not saying I'm sorry. It is a great book. I like it a lot. I think it's a really, really, one of the authors that, I think he should be as big as Kirby. I think so. The only thing that is really letting him down here is the paper. I think if that book was released in paper that would be in Kirby quality, that book might be huge. Except, you know, maybe the nature of it, he should have gone maybe more of a variety, that it wouldn't just be double page spreads, which are intimidating to a lot of people, including me. Okay, but you know, that sort of would be choice. Like Kirby has also, you know, he has double page spreads and, you know, single pages. But if his book was released like that, mix of single pages and double page spreads and on good paper, I think it would have, I suspect, become pretty huge, you know, with the correct marketing and everything, you know, a bit of a push on Insta and stuff like this. There's a huge potential here, and I mean huge. Game of Thrones is technically a retelling of the Wars of the Roses, yeah, but, you know, a lot of SV, a lot of it. And the books are not explicit like the series. Yeah, but not in the same way, yeah. You know, I don't, as I said, I don't mind explicit. What I do mind is more SV. Sorry, I'm dropping things, yeah. It is wonderful that we, yeah, Jackie, I agree that we have such a variety, you know, something for every taste, essentially. The layered colors, that's what happened with Hannah Carson. I did not like her, and then one day I changed my mind based on somebody's coloring page. Yeah. Or if you'd like to try a book, you can buy them in Blackwell's. Okay. I am almost finished with dragons. That is cool. Piasha, did you get your hands on the mouse card book yet? No, that has not arrived yet, but I'd say it's going to arrive soon. It takes a fair bit of time. It depends. I don't know on what, but sometimes it comes pretty darn fast, and sometimes it can take quite a long time. So no, I don't have it yet. I will definitely show it and do something in it, because that is super exciting. As I said, I don't usually win anything, so this was big for me. This was huge. Okay, I'm making a mess here. You don't like the mouse card books, colorists? I like the mice themselves there. I think the art is really cool. The kind of the actual line art, the art style. I think it's very cool. I'm not sure yet how I'm going to color it. I need to hold the book before I actually get the vibe, what I'm going to do with it. There is a whole new, Brittany, yes, I think I heard about that there's a whole new mouse guard book coming out in the future to be sold directly on the guy's website. Okay, I didn't know that it was directly on the guy's website only. I thought it was going to be Amazon thing as well. Thank you. Thank you. I was so delighted. Because as I said, Chrissy, I just, I don't usually win stuff. There are like some people who constantly, win something. And then are some people who just don't. And I would be one of these people, usually. But, I'm fine. I'm fine. I was delighted. And I somehow, what was I doing? There was some day that I had planned to, and it was funniest because I had actually planned to be in that live when Holly was doing the draw. And something happened that I had to go someplace or give somebody a lift or, something in life basically happened. And I couldn't be there. And, I was doing million things. I didn't even see the messages coming in, congratulations for winning. It was really late in the evening by the time I actually noticed that I had won the bloody... Right person won, right? Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I was right or wrong, but I'm certainly delighted that I did win. Oh, okay, I think I need to start wrapping up. I keep losing my things here and things keep dropping. That's what happens with the new setup. Nothing is, quite where it's supposed to be. You have kind of a muscle memory or hand memory, where you reach for things and where you pick them up, and suddenly everything is in a different spot. No, I didn't get it yet. No, Karen. I'd say, sorry, Brittany. No, I didn't get the book yet. It's on its way. It's going to arrive eventually. There's no rush. And once I get it, I can play in it. And it's going to be fun. Isn't it great? Thank you, Chris. Awesome. Oh, you missed that. Okay, Jackie. Yeah. Yeah. I actually won it. I think it's great. Thank you. Thank you. I will sleep. And thank you all for joining in and spending time with me and keeping the chat room hopping. It's been really, really wonderful stream again. Especially considering you've been super understanding that I've been a bit droopy and a bit all over the place because it's been a tiring day and I'm probably a bit more kind of out of it than usual. But we managed to do the base for the whole double page spread. So that's super productive considering, you know. Thank you, Jackie. It was really great. I'm gonna love the paper in mouse card. Okay. That magnet idea for your watercolor is great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you now. Big hugs and virtual kisses. Have a great day or afternoon or evening or whatever time it is in your corner of the world. We're all in different places and different countries, and that's the cool part of it. That we're all coming together and having a really great natter. So I am going to finish up now. I really, really need to get some rest. So big hugs and bye-bye.